Hello, hello. Thank Godot. It's Friday. We got Ludum Dare 59 starting soon. Hey, Pomo. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you so much. It is. It is. We got our affiliate originally like the day before Ludum Dare 57. So I'm very lucky. I usually get to celebrate my affiliate anniversary or whatever during Ludum Dare. How's it going, Pomo? Hey, Arnio. What's happening? You fell asleep super early? Now you woke up to the stream? Oh, lucky you. We're doing a later stream. We're doing a later stream today because Ludum Dare starts in 2 hours and 45 minutes. So we're going to do some prep, hang out. I guess celebrate my affiliate anniversary. And yeah, just wait for the theme reveal. And then we'll probably stay live for like an hour or so after the theme reveal and do some brainstorming. See if we can figure out what we're going to do. Normally, we would be working on our FTL-like games. Right now, we are working towards making a capsule art for Lo-Fi Flyby. Okay, we're getting there. I don't think we're there yet, but we're getting close. It's pretty minimalist for a little piece of capsule art, and I don't think I've quite nailed the composition, but I've submitted it to my unofficial art director, my girlfriend, and we'll see. We'll see what kind of feedback we get. Hey, Chris Knife, Ludum Dare, yeah. Woo! Yeah, we're waiting. We're waiting. Let's do some stuff. Let's do some prep. That's part of our game plan. The capsule art. We were working on our Steam page this quarter. We'd like to have the Steam page up this quarter. Maybe a trailer next quarter. Maybe a little demo thing at the end of the year. Hey, Jacob. Happy anniversary. Sapphire. Happy anniversary. That's hard to say. Say that 3 times fast. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, the celebration is like, starts today and ends Sunday. So we get to celebrate the whole weekend during the whole Ludum Dare stream. Pretty good. Pretty good. I'm very lucky that Ludum Dare doesn't really move around. All right. We need a new vault. Ludum Dare 59. I'm gonna have to pick a place, I guess. Okay. It's concerning. There we go. That's more like it. Do like me some obsidian. I don't love the amount of, like, I have to, like, just redo a bunch of my settings. When does it start again? I'll tell you. Starts in 2 hours, 42 minutes, and 30 seconds. Get ready. Sapphire popped up saying to celebrate. Yeah, I know. I like that. I like that it does that. Because I feel like no one would know otherwise, including me. Let's go. You're not ready at all. I'm not ready at all either. That's why we're doing some prep. I did a little prep in terms of I looked at my templates. I think we're going to try to rip some code out of Bonsai and templatize it in case we can use it. Because I have my 2D tile map layer stuff pretty well set, but I haven't formalized my tile map stack, which is my like 3D tile map setup. And being able to do a 3D tile map, I've attempted to do it in a few jams recently. You submitted your Steam page for review today? Hell yes. Hell yes, that's awesome. Let me know what kind of feedback you get. Because people get all sorts of crazy, like, rejections or, you know, requests to change things. Because there's official rules written down, but I feel like there's a lot in the interpretation, as always. Hey, Avant1324, Ludum Dare time. Good luck. Thank you so much. Happy Friday. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, we're in the countdown. Aramis has done a thing before where they've made an OBS element that, like, shows you this, like, the whole time, just as part of their screen, and I'm like, oh, that's smart. I should do that. And then I don't. And then here we are. And I haven't. Oh no, I missed it. December 31st, Thursday, January 3rd, 2019. I love how no one decides to update this. I love how there's like 3 different pages for everything for Ludum Dare, and you're never sure you know whether you're looking at the right one. All right, here's the final theme voting round. It's ongoing, but we already voted. I could change my vote if I feel like it. LD Hype. Hey, Rhiannon Journey. Jacob, that setup will be so sick to have a 3D, 2D tile world with a game now that you got the foundation done. I wouldn't say I have the foundation done, but I have a couple of implementations of it that I can pull from. There's very different ways you would approach it depending on what you're doing. Like Bonsai was block-based, but it should have been face-based. Like it should have had a thing for each face because it ended up being a block building game. Which it would have been nice to do everything per face, but like I didn't do that. And I don't think I'm gonna prepare a template for per face 3D blocks. I think I'll just do per block. But it's tricky. It can be tricky. But yeah, I don't know. I feel okay about this. Split seems to be doing good. There's a few of these I could downvote and try to influence a little more. What I want to do is take this list and do basic ideation for each one as far as like, what kind of game would you even make for this theme? Like, I think it's a good thing to do. I think it kind of gets the design juices going. And Lord knows we have the time with almost 3 hours. So we'll do that in some order. I think I'm going to look at my template first. I could wait and look at my template at the end. Because we might get through this whole list and be like, I can't imagine a 3D tile map game in here. In which case, it's like, why did I then spend the time prepping that template? So, I don't know. I guess we just kind of do whatever. How do you see what's doing good? Some people have like an exit poll. I'll stay here and I'll scroll. I love everyone's silly art they put. Oh, Cole, nice. Cole Slosky's got it. That's pretty good. Compo enjoyers, are you ready? Oh my god. This is fun to do too, to just scroll down the newsfeed. This is like too many tools, maybe. I love how there's a monster can in here. We're never gonna look at Pinterest on stream again. That was such a traumatic experience. This is what you need, I guess. I'll tell you this, I have done no work on setting up my digital audio workstation like process. I'm still at a very deliberate phase in that I'm deliberating. So any audio we make, I guess we could try to use BFXR or whatever. Or SFXR, whichever one makes sense. I honestly don't know the difference. We're probably just gonna record everything in Audacity with We're gonna kick it old school and do Foley art again, and maybe a few stringed instruments. I'm really disturbed by what's going on here. So let's just scroll along. Oh, Pico 8. Pretty cool. I should do this where this bit me last time where I entered Compo. But if you enter Compo and you don't make it, you could always enter the jam. But I just don't plan for that. Like, I did not take Monday off work, so we cannot just fall back to the jam. For us, it is Compo or nothing. Avant, you're hoping the big Audacity update comes before you really need to start using it? Oh, do you plan on using it this weekend? Because that might be soon. If you're waiting for an update. I love this. My stack. Coffee machine. This is a great stack. Pico 8. VS Code. AI removed. Someone showed me a thing for VS Code that was like a Git graph. Git graph for VS Code. And I was like, oh man. I might install VS Code. That was Chris Knife. I'm like, I would maybe install VS Code just to use Git graph. And also to just have a default editor. Because I've started to run into times where I try to edit something and Godot won't edit it and JetBrains Writer won't edit it. And I'm like, I guess we're opening up this in Notepad++. No clankers. Love that. No clankers here. I love this sticker. I should start using this sticker. A no clanker sticker. Someone had like, they'd done Ludum Dare so many times and they had like a little sticker board. It's like when you have a race car that has like 30 something stickers on it because it's been racing, it's been showing up to this race for like decades. It's always very cool. People are crazy. Is anyone using this game engine? What game engine is this? Oh, Construct. I don't know why. I've never used it. First timers. We got some first timers in the house. That's great. We'll see how much I stream the games. It's directly correlated to how burnt out I am and how well. It's actually directly correlated to how good I feel about my entry. The jam ending at 6 p.m. is brutal. I'm actually kind of okay with that. It kind of sucks because it's the opposite of how I want to do it. Because I've done both. I've done like the cadence where like I usually like I work on stream, I work off stream. I work on stream, I work off stream. And it's like if it's a 3-day jam, I get 3 of those, right? I'm like I work on stream, off stream, on stream, off stream. I like it when the final bit is off stream. That helps when the final bit, the final push for the jam is off stream. But we are going to be doing the final push of the jam on stream, and that will be hype. That will be intense. So we'll probably start earlier the next couple days. I needed to start a little later. I had some stuff come up, and I was like, I need to take care of this before I enter Goblin mode for Ludum Dare. So we started a little late today. We'll start a little earlier tomorrow, and probably even earlier the day before that. And we'll go into the evening my time. So we'll go straight through. So yeah, we're gonna be live for that last like 6 hours of the jam. It's gonna be intense. I don't think I can stream for more than like 6 hours at a time. I think today will probably be like 4 hours. And then the next couple days I'll do like 6 hours on, 6 hours off or something. But yeah, we'll see. We're gonna really need to tighten. We're gonna need to be tight with our scope. So I've only ever done Ludum Dare once successfully, and it was my very first game jam ever. And it's kind of a miracle I made it through it with anything like a game. We'll look at it. We'll revisit a Following Wind when we're just hanging out. I'm enjoying reading all of these though, and I feel like we're just getting hype. Still got probably what, like 2.5 hours? Yeah, just about. Cool, can't read that, but cool. No context brainstorm. This is interesting. Side effects. Roguelite with guitar pedals. Man, this person is a free thinker. Leave something behind. School bus. What are we talking about here? That's fun. Man, a lot of construct users up in here. I like that. Dropping out? Oh. Yeah, this is my one shot for the year, usually, to do Ludum Dare. I can't do Ludum Dare in October. There's always a conflict. You're not going to be in Ludum Dare? All right, Avant. Nanigans, you're curious what you've tried to open that writer struggled with? Whereas you've had it doesn't recognize something, you just open it as a text file. I don't remember, Nanigans. Might have had something to do with... I don't remember what it was. But I've had struggles. I've had struggles with my current workflow to have a good workflow. It might not be that Ryder literally couldn't do it. I don't remember what it was. I'll have to figure that out. Chris, you literally use VS Code as a replacement for SmartGit and Beyond Compare, both of which are paid products. Also, the VS Code GitHub pull requests plugin mean no more GitHub desktop. That's nice. Nanigans, you like Ryder for C#, you use VS Code for everything else. Yeah, I'm thinking about trying it for a few more. Yeah, no, I don't want hooligans distracting me while I'm under pressure for the final submission. But that's what we're going to do, so it's fun. That's what we've done for a few jams, and it's fun. Like my legendary 1 second remaining. 0 seconds remaining, maybe? I don't remember. We've gone down to the wire before. Crazy taxi, but you're the school bus driver trying to avoid picking up kids on the way to school. There you go. Scared as shit. This is the correct attitude. Oh, looking for a team. Cool. We always do solo. Oh, I like this battle station. This is hardcore. What is this song? Kind of like it. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you, Nix. Fridays are usually easier for you to take time off. Yeah, fair. Yeah, that's similar for me too, actually. Thanks for the hydrate, Nix. Gotta head out. All right, see you, Sapphire. I'm sure I'll see you for a moment. You gotta keep the streak alive. Hey, Corolla. It hasn't started yet. I'll have to go back to the other tab. 2 hours, 36 minutes, and 40 seconds. I'm gonna go stare at the fridge while the sleep confusion wears off, Arneo. All right, good luck. Good luck to you. All right, this is what we got. We're gonna need to think about these, but I like this. We should probably stop just doom scrolling the Ludum Dare blog page. It's the opposite of doom scrolling, though. It's like hope scrolling. Automatic content delivery on itch.io. That's fun. Oh, with a Discord API? Cool. That seems overkill. One of these days, I'm going to set up Butler. But it's just more fun to never... This person's just ready. They're just waiting. What is this? Oh, Pico 8 or something? Never messed with Pico 8. Alright, we'll come back to that. Corolla, today you spent a few hours completely sorting your illustration work on your NAS. Tomorrow you're going to export some old PSDs. You'll be ready to start making new art. Nice, nice. Hopefully Steam page by August. Okay. You want GIFs on it? That's a good idea. That is way outside of the possibility space for me right now. But yeah, if I could, if that was believable, if that was workable, I would definitely want GIFs on the Steam page from day one. I think it depends on where your traffic's coming from. I think I would have approached... I think if I didn't have my stream, I would approach discovery on Steam very differently, because the reality is most of the traffic I'm going to get on my Steam page is going to come externally. But eventually I will need all of these things. Trailer, GIFs, all that stuff. I just feel like I need the MVP. I need the bare minimum up there now. Nick, so any idea what the final theme will be? It's one of these. And I don't know what it's going to be. I looked at the exit poll last night, and it looked like a toss-up. I'm trying to maybe find it. I don't think we're going to find it because everyone's just posting so much. Maybe, is this the jam we finally remember? There's a lot of people... Oh, they're using Game Maker. I'm seeing a lot of people using Godot with C#. Keyboard Cowboys. I like that. Okay, interesting. Interesting hill to die on. I mean, I don't disagree. You're developing it's interesting. Interesting timing. I kind of like this music. Oh, here it is. Here's the exit poll. This is what it was 7 hours ago. Yeah, Split and Signal seem to be up. These are self-reported exit polls, and all it does is let you upvote. It doesn't let you downvote. So it doesn't take it to... You can't take this seriously. I already voted, so I'm not going to vote again. How do I see my result? X for results. There we go. Yeah. This representation makes it look like it's just a straight toss-up, because the lowest one on here is 5%, and the highest one on here is 8%. If it's split, that would be interesting. That would be interesting. Signal, Parasite, Strange Machines. I think these will be fine for us. Leave something behind, merge. It seems like it's going to be a very... I don't know. There's something I'm getting from this. I don't know what it is. There's some kind of vibe. If wrong tool for the job wins, I don't know what we're going to do, but yeah, I don't know. This is a very, very unreliable metric. My very first Ludum Dare, I did snipe the theme. I guessed which theme was going to win, and I only prepared for that theme. That's the only one I came up with a game idea for, and that was pretty cool. But that's definitely never going to happen again. But yeah. Seems like these are the top ones here. These purple and green ones. Notice how the meme theme actually does fairly well. The meme theme is... Yeah, that's fine. I need to fix the fonts here. I think we'll work on the template for a bit, and then we'll go back and maybe think about the themes. Or maybe we'll do both. Maybe we'll just kind of think about the themes and work on the template. Where do I... Font size being a slider is weird, but okay. Signal, you could do some sort of radar-based game. Yeah, I guess. This sounds like it's going to be a lot of complex mechanical nonsense, which makes me think we will end up doing something grid-based. But maybe not. Maybe this is the day we learn about 2D physics in Godot or something. The only thing I know we're not going to do is we're not going to do anything in 3D. That's just solo dev jam. It's the only time we do anything in 3D. All right, maybe it's enough. Maybe this has been enough of the... Oops. Maybe we've had enough of the cinematic radio. Started messing with Mixamo today. Oh, nice, nice. Rename. Themes. Final theme list. All right, we're gonna copy this list over. Parasite. Unusual communication. Protect. Text in the entire game. Side effects. Leave something behind. Split. Paths. Paths would be great for us. The wrong tool for the job. I'm not saying I have an idea for paths, but it works with a lot of the stuff we got going on. Transformation. Merge. Strange machines. Voyage. Shelter. Falling apart. Signal. Okay. We'll do some ideation in a little bit. This is the list. I'm going to trust that Past Me voted correctly. I could downvote a few more. I'm okay with this. 2 hours and 30 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's go. I'll check back in on the news feed in a little bit. I forgot to do this. I need to pin the correct version of the engine. We'll be using 4.6.2 stable. Pin that to the taskbar here. That open. Windows protected my PC. Of course it did. Good job, Windows. Good job protecting my PC from Godot. All right, what order do I want to do this in? Make the project first. Always OneDrive. It's like, let me do this in OneDrive for you. It's like, how about we don't? How about we don't do it in OneDrive? Ability, git, edit now, sure. You don't know if you'd ever do a 3D in a jam, just dabbling with it today. You're so out of touch with it. Oh no, I only do it when in solo dev when I'm allowed to use assets. I would never, I mean, eventually one day I want to learn how to use like block shop, but not block shop. Block bench. Shop bench. Yeah. I know, block bench is right. Block shop is Fullbox's game. Alright, so I did this. Let me get my disk, I'm gonna get my Git set up. We're using GitHub desktop. Clone a repository. You can only clone to empty. Oh, I did this in the wrong order. That's fine. I thought about it for half a second. I was like, do I create the Godot project first? Or do I clone the repository first? I did in the wrong order. It's easy. It's easy to deal with. There's literally no files in this folder. Delete the folder. Arneo, you think post-midnight dinner tonight is vegan pasta? You got some vegan sausage you're going to chop into a tomato sauce with mushrooms, some vegan cheese for the finish. Nice, nice. You're going to head out. Take care. Good luck with the jam. Thank you. Thanks, Nanigans. See ya. See you around. Have a good weekend. All right. Project is created. Say create Godot project. Brandon, you're doing a British night with bangers, mash, baked beans, tomato sauce. It's amazing how good fiber beans are. All right. So what I kind of want to do Kind of want to do a couple things. I'm gonna open build a bonsai. I also need to open the right version of the engine for this. Open our template. Game jam time, Vimuse. Yes. Soon. How's it going? 2 hours, 29 minutes. In some seconds. Skeptical of that. Oh yeah, tiled is good. I should mess around with tiled someday just to see how some other people live. Keyboard Cowboys. Love that. Okay. We're pretty caught up. Oh wow, he wasn't kidding. He did schedule the rest of the Ludum Dares. Wow, Ludum Dare next April 2027 is going to be 25 years of Ludum Dare. That's crazy. My first Ludum Dare was only a couple of years ago. Amazing how long Ludum Dare has been going. And yeah, we've got events on the calendar through 64 in October of 2028. I'll definitely be doing these April ones. And then I was told that there will probably be an April 2029 event, but it's hard to say. I've never even said the word 2029 before. That feels so far away. I've said the word 2030 before, but that's only because Google Sheets is an absolute bastard about the year 2030 and up. You type in something 30, which is only 4 years from now, into Google Sheets. It's like, did you mean 1930? And it's like, no, Google. I did not mean 1930. It's like, if it's within 10 years from now, I probably don't mean a century ago. If my choice is between a few years from now and a century ago, I probably mean a few years from now. All right, I'll climb down. I'll climb off my anti Google Sheets opinions about dates soapbox. I was reading some interesting stuff about the leap year of 1900 or whatever. It made me think of this. You haven't done a proper jam in a minute. Good luck. Thank you. You used tile with your last 2 jams? Oh, cool. Hey, nerds. Happy affiliate-iversary. Thank you so much. Good luck with the jam. I'll try to be jamming for the 3 of us here. Do my best. I assume you're too busy doing, real game development. Happy affiliate. Thank you. Thank you, Muse. Could be worse. Imagine if you were working during Y2K. Yeah, exactly. All right. So I figured out mostly how I want to do this for 2D. I guess we should make sure that it works. I don't remember how this test thing works. I need to connect a trace to an A-star 2D file. So I should probably just make a test scene. File, map. trace 2D test scene. We can just say test. The search. So, do I just type stuff? No files type. What is happening right now? Do I just not remember how to do this? Add child node. File map A star 2D. The edited tile map layer node has no tile set resource. Really? Oh yeah. Oh. What? It does though. Oh, is that not considered? Include files from add-ons. That was my problem. I don't know what it asked me. I just okayed through the prompt. First prompt. Does it count as part of the jam if you're doing R&D? I'm not quite sure what you mean. All right, good luck, everyone. Nature's calling you. Of course, you mean your bed. Yeah, no, go to sleep next. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll try to start earlier tomorrow. Yeah. What threw me off was that add-ons are not included in the list by default, but I didn't think that meant the very add-on in which I'm working. Is that not where this file saved? Yeah, I didn't expect that. Have I not? Yeah, this scene exists, and it's... Oh, I don't call it path trace. Well, let me rename it. I thought there would be like a... I haven't really done a lot with add-ons, so I'm kind of getting... I'm still learning. I'm still getting a feel for using add-ons to do stuff. It's a new world for me. So we open up this test scene. We do this. We've got add-ons on, which lets me add a tile map A star 2D. There we go. Pre-populated with some bullshit. Jam starts in 2 hours, but if you're doing research on the tools before the jam starts, does that count as part of the jam? It does in the sense of it's part of... I'm streaming Ludum Dare, and I'm doing Ludum Dare prep. It doesn't count in the sense of you're accusing me of cheating. It doesn't count in that sense. Time for bed. All right, take it easy. Have a good night, nerds. All right, so we got this, and then what I need to do here is we need to add a trace. And the trace just needs to know about this. And then if I play this scene, nothing will happen, probably. Well, for one thing, the camera's in the wrong spot. I'll let a camera, who cares? don't know why the camera is so zoomed out. I guess I can change that. It only counts as not cheating if you delete all of your practice stuff when the jam starts. Not true, but I get the joke. The weird graphical issue here. Something weird's going on with my camera here. Ludum Dare allows you to bring in pre-made code, and that's what we're doing. We're working on an isometric tile map layer template that I use because I only make... I know you're just razzing me, but some people take this stuff very seriously. Should I have done this earlier in the week? Yes. Should I be leaving this to literally the last minute? No. Why is this behaving weirdly? I think I might have some project settings messed up. Yeah, there's some texture filtering stuff that's not right. I'm gonna change the... Oh, the viewport width is crazy. I was like, why does this look so wrong? Because it's wrong. Textures. Nearest. There we go. All right, here we go. Here we go. This is more reasonable. Actually, I like that zoom. Can we do 1.5? No, it should probably be a whole number. Life is too short to take anything seriously. Very true. Truer words. I don't totally understand the interaction between how this tries to do the zoom, but that's fine. I don't really care about that. That's not really the thing we're trying to figure out here. You know, maybe we just forget the camera. And just move this. You know what I watched last night that's always fun? The Fifth Element. Netflix had been bothering me to watch it. Okay, now why is it doing this? I'm not even prepping anything. I'm just like trying to understand how the engine works at this point. Oh, I haven't changed the scaling. I make a new project so rarely. I forget about all of these project defaults that I need to set up. You saw that pop up on Netflix also. It's always worth watching. That's one of those great movies. You know, of an era. But I spent a lot of yesterday ranting about Mobius, so big surprise I'm also into Luc Besson. The Muse, you used to hate that movie. Starting to grow on you in hindsight. I feel like there's a lot to dig into there, but we don't have time. That's fine. It's certainly a weird one. You love Fifth Element so much, Rhiannon. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I like... There's some Mila Jovovich movies that I like adore. Like, I'm not like a Resident Evil fan, really. All right, the engine has decided to freeze. There we go. But I love The Fifth Element, and I also love The Messenger, the story of Joan of Arc. Which, is that another Luc Besson movie? It is, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I like that movie. That's a tough movie, but it's really good. And another great Mila Jovovich led Luc Besson film. You weren't into schlocky, silly sci-fi back then? Now you love dumb movies? Good. That's fine. We'll forgive the earlier, more serious version of the Muse. Hey, Ender. How's it going? Welcome in. We're waiting for Ludum Dare to start, and so we're kind of just messing around. We got 2 hours, 25 minutes, and about 20 seconds. All right, I should probably uncomment this code so it'll do something. Yeah, I've actually learned about myself. I really like movies. I really like dumb movies. Usually sci-fi. Like Space Sweepers was fun. I watched that twice, like in the last 2 weeks. Yeah, that's really what I do to unwind. I don't really play games to unwind anymore. And I don't know why. It's kind of sad. I think it's because I spend so much time at my desk. Maybe it's because I just don't want to do stuff sometimes. And movies are nice. You just sit. You just sit and you absorb. All right, this may or may not work. Based on the master of cinematic pigeons. I don't know. John Woo would probably give him like a run for his money in terms of the pigeon usage. Also, Ridley Scott. There's a lot of people with skin in the cinematic pigeon game. Maybe we'll have to have a pigeon off at some point. We'll see who has the best cinematic pigeons. Because yeah, Luc Besson, John Woo, Ridley Scott. There's some good ones. There's some good ones. Waiting for Doom. Doom? You mean like the Carl Urban Doom? Is he Doom? I don't remember. I don't remember who it was. Was it The Rock? I don't. The Muse. Same with Starship Troopers. You were more confused by it when it came out. You were way too young to watch it. Yeah. I think it's lost. I think it's lost on the young, that movie, when it came out. A lot of movies that are it's surprising how many cult classics today just were totally misunderstood when they came out. Like Blade Runner. Blade Runner was a flop. That's crazy to me. It was a theatrical flop. Admittedly, they put a narration in it, which they should not do. You know what? You know another movie that had narration that I wish they had just not had narration, because I thought it just kind of detracted a lot, was Mickey 17. I really wish they had a cut of Mickey 17 that didn't have narration. I would enjoy that a lot more. All right, well, this isn't quite working. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. Why isn't this doing anything? You've got all your stuff set up. The Rock was? Yeah, Carl Urban, man. He's everywhere. I like Carl Urban. You won't forgive Besson for Lucy? I never saw Lucy. Maybe I won't. The Muse, there's something cinematic about walking through a bunch of birds that all fly away. Yeah, it's great. Especially when there's enough of them that they form like a flock. They form like this other thing that seems to have its own existence. And presence. All right, we're heading into ads in a minute. We'll take a quick ad break. I have to be good this weekend about actually stepping away during my ad breaks. Because we're going to be streaming for long enough where, like, I actually have to, like, get up, walk around, get some water, bio break stuff, you know. If I don't get through that, all that stuff, I'm gonna have a bad time this weekend. So why doesn't this do anything? Oh, because view path is set to false. You've been watching The Boys lately? I watched the first couple seasons. I need to get back to it. There's a lot of shows that I start watching with my partner, and then it's on me to finish them. You know what I'm saying? I have too many of those right now, and The Boys is one of them. When did the jam start, Dark Rosen? It starts in a couple hours. 2 hours, 24 minutes, and 12 seconds. We're doing some prep. Trying to fix this broken isometric tile map template. It's like a tile map that's configurable to create a pathfinding network. The idea is that it's neat and simple, and it's not working right now. All right, we got ads. I'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks for hanging out here today, y'all. Be back soon. I should have made a countdown element. Yes. we're back. Welcome back. It's good to be back. For you, it starts at 2 a.m. Oh, I'm sorry, Ender. Yeah, for me, it starts at 6 p.m., which, while not ideal, is certainly not the worst. Dark Rosen, that says something else for you. If you're talking about the Ludum Dare countdown, the hours, minutes, and seconds should be the same. But it might say a different time for you, because it's like... I'm in PDT. Oh, wait, no. I just refreshed, and now it says 1 hour and 36 minutes. But it still says 6 p.m. PDT. Huh. Huh. Yeah, an hour just got taken off. Maybe there's some kind of daylight savings time thing that happened. But, you know, 6 p.m. is... Oh, 6 p.m. is 1 hour and 36 minutes away. Huh. Well, I'm glad you got me to refresh it. Yeah, why didn't you say anything, Jacob? We're on the same time zone, I think. Yeah, huh. Okay, well, that's good. I was like, huh, why is it still 2.5 hours? That's good, that's good. Okay, that's better. That's better. I was like, this feels like a lot of pre-gaming. Well, I've already been live for an hour. You didn't know the timer could lie? Me neither. Me neither. Luckily, Dark Rosen was scrutinizing it. I wonder if that was just for me or if a lot of people had this issue. Whatever. No real issue. All right, let's go back. We'll do a little more template work. And then I do want to give us time. Maybe we'll work on templates for like 30 minutes. And then the last hour, maybe we just go through this list. How many things are in this list? $16 things. Yeah, maybe we just spend like the last hour just broadly just warming up the design muscles and then just being like, what's the first thing that we think about? Not even like what's an idea for the game, but like what comes to mind from this theme list. But we're not going to do that quite yet. I want to fix this. I have a strong feeling that we're going to do something in isometric and that we will need either my 2D isometric or 3D isometric template. So I'm trying to fix it because apparently it's not working quite right. Oh, thank you for the follow as well, Dark Rosen. Hey, Commander. How's it going? So, what is probably happening here? Cursor, tile map, A star 2D. Is this not assigned? And also, why do you need to know your own path view? Whose job is this? Oh. Interesting. Okay, maybe that explains it. Probably not, but maybe. Oh, else view path equals... I don't know. I don't know who's responsible for this. I'm curious about this. Well, still not getting anything. You're hooked up. You look like you're hooked up. This isn't the remote tree, I guess. Let's look at the remote tree. Do I actually want them to have a child-parent relationship? I actually don't think I do. Editor's a little laggy today. I actually don't want to see that. I only want to see this other thing. You've got your isometric tile set. Is there something wrong with the isometric tile set? I don't think so. Hope not. No, don't use texture padding. That looks pretty correct. I swear I've had this working before, but I don't remember what I did. Wait, why is this? What happened? There we go. What happened? Doing good? You're working on some music? Nice, nice. Okay, well, I guess that was a mistake. Well, I guess it's time to debug something, because I don't know what's going on. Comment based R2D.viewPath. If not, return. UID path. Start.map2id.hasCursor. Print. Draw. Okay, well, it's not doing that ever, which is a good argument for it not working. How long after the reveal will the stream run for? Probably an hour or so. Probably do an hour or so of ideation post theme reveal. Planning to work all night tonight? Maybe. Not on stream. We'll do longer streams Saturday and Sunday. Hey, NanoDev, happy anniversary. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. How have you been? Try to figure out what state we're getting stuck in. Doing good? Game Jam, exciting? Yes, yes indeed. No view path, interesting choice. Oh man, the editor is being super weird for me. It's just hanging for a period of time, quite regularly. It's concerning. I do have a few instances of it open, but strange. We're not dropping frames or anything, so... Oh, we did miss a few. Any special goals for this one? That's a good question. That's a good question. It's Ludum Dare, so it means we have 48 hours, and it means... And we're doing Compo. Well, it's Ludum Dare, we're doing Compo, which means that we have 48 hours. We're doing it solo. We have to do everything from scratch. We can include some code templates and stuff, which is why that's what we're working on. For some common functionality here that I think we're going to use. But you know me, I do isometric 2D pixel art games. That's my go-to, I've learned about myself. So, do you have any tool scripts running in the project? No. No, I do not. So this knows about this thing. But this keeps returning false, even though this is right here. Oh, you know what's maybe... There's maybe something stupid I did here. But... yeah, I just want to finish. It's really hard. It's really hard to finish one of these. I've done this exactly once. Oh, not my game. I want to, like, look up my historical games. I mean, I've done this once. Exactly one time. 2 years ago. It was my very first game jam and my first compo and my first game in Godot. And we did it from scratch in 48 hours. It was fun. You know, like, this is... If I can do something similar to this, I'll be pleased. You have complete faith? Oh, I'm glad somebody does. Last minute audible from rice to pasta. Pasta to rice. Yeah, this was fun. You, like, summon little gusts of wind to, like, direct the movement of ships. I really like the actual, like, little pixel art stuff we did for this. We did a post-jam version of this that looks much better. But, like, I feel like I will be lucky to do this. Crash this pirate ship. I still love this game. This is the kind of game I just want to make. A game with little, like, a lot of simulation, a lot of atmosphere. Kill the pirate ship. Oh, the sailing mechanics are different. We have sound effects, we have music, we have so many things we don't have in any of our other game jams that we made from scratch. So yeah, I think the name of the game this weekend is gonna be Scope. Tight scope. If we can maintain a really tight scope and do something like this where we just have like one character, simple stuff. There's some stuff we really need to do better this time compared to what we did here, but we've had 2 years of experience in the engine. I feel like we can do something. But yeah, this is the only thing we've done. I probably want to aim for something like a bare necessities level of like execution, maybe with audio. This is the kind of art and stuff I do every time, it seems like, so we'll see. Would love to do something cute. Something grid-based, probably. This was we had 72 hours to make this, is the problem. And this is still all we ended up with. There's no audio. You'll notice we had no audio. This was not Ludum Dare. This was Down to Jam number 2. But I definitely know how to do things now that I did not know how to do then, like character animation, even if it's shitty character animation. Everyone hates on Bernard and his slow ass, but I love him. But the thing that I know that I need to improve on, the thing that I'm actually... Oh, I got some notifications. The thing that I'm okay at is some of that art stuff and some nice things about that. The thing I really struggle at when I make games is I really struggle at fun and gameplay and like making an experience that's tight, that feels like a good game. I'm really an ambient first, an ambient kind of environmental kind of seems to be the thing that comes naturally to me. But like we need to improve on some of this. I don't know. These are uncollected thoughts. The uncollected thoughts that I'm thinking. I feel this guy who's like burnt out. excited. I'm tired, but I'm excited. Bernard, thanks, Rhiannon. That matters. Jacob, yeah, you hear that sometimes those like tech experiments just don't necessarily end up being fun. Yeah, I don't do things the right way. I don't prioritize the right things when I'm working. I usually aim a little too high in terms of the amount of simulation or stuff I want going on, and then I don't usually have time to find the fun. The only time I really have to find the fun at all, and barely, is when I do my solo development jams, because I don't have to create the assets. I can use all pre-made assets, so all of my time is spent working up the mechanics. Whereas like Ludum Dare and Down to Jam, these are just raw production problems of like, how do you make the number of assets you need to make in the amount of time that you have to make it, and also somehow make a fun game. Affiliate of our anniversary. Thanks, Pheasant. View path, set value, if path view. View path equals value. View path is true, so why does it seem to be false? Actually, what's not true? Is it path view or view path? Don't name variables like this. Okay, no view path. False. I want to see what's going on here. False. Really? Because it says true here. It's fascinating. And then if I check it here, yeah, there it is. It's false. Something is setting you to false when you're initially true. That is interesting. Who's doing that to you? Path view, tile map, trace 2D. Yeah. Let's see about this. No. Really? That seems weird. You don't seem null, you seem like you're right here. Huh. Oh, if pathview.clear. Huh. Why? No, that shouldn't be it. That shouldn't be it. It's not. That's not what's happening. Build network. I think after a year of doing pixel art for this screenshot-driven phase, you'll be faster at cranking out assets. It's really can't be a year, Rhiannon, but appreciate it. There's all cells. Yeah, that just clears the cells. I'm off to a great start today. Why are you being like this? If path view. So this is... For some reason, this value is being set somewhere. What if we just didn't do this part? I mean, I assume we'd get an error, but let's see. Okay, interesting. What if I enable this now? Ah, there we go. All right. Well, that's weird. I can't have it on by default for some reason. That doesn't seem to work right. Okay, that's good. That's good. HBY stuff. Is the jam started? Not for about another hour. An hour and a half. Unless we update this again and it's wrong. Oh, the website is struggling. It logged me out. What the heck? Okay, we back. Oh, an hour and 15 minutes. Okay, there's something happening with the timer. The timer is like losing time. Or gaining time. It starts in about an hour and 15 minutes. How's it going? Saw a video on YouTube of how to draw anything isometric. Oh, that sounds cool. Okay, we're getting some stuff. I don't know if it's the right time to be having that kind of conversation, but somebody should be doing it. Food's here? All right. Beef, season 2. That sounds good. You know what show has been just lost to oblivion, but it's like such a good show? It's a food show. Is Poshnosh. It's not fair. So good. Only way to watch Poshnosh is to watch like shitty old, like YouTube videos. You haven't heard of this show? You will. It's very good. It's very short. It's very British and it's very short. And nobody saved it anywhere. It doesn't exist anywhere except like screen rips on YouTube. Real shame. Stars Richard Grant. It's so good. David Tennant is in it a bunch. All right, so why does this work but it doesn't work off the bat? So I have this export. I assign this thing here. For some reason this set something weird happens with the initial value of this thing. What if we just don't do any of this? Oh, I have to do this, huh? What if we just didn't have this safety check here? Crash. Yeah, so when is this being called? Give me my stack trace. Viewpath setter. So the setter is being run. Oh, you know what's maybe the problem? Is that this is an override of the scene. If I went into here Well, I can't really do that, huh? I don't quite understand. You know what I'm gonna do? I have something that'll fix this. Actually, I don't know. I can't make that guarantee, can I? Okay, whatever. We're just gonna live like this for now. We'll just have somebody tell the system if it's supposed to be on or not. Because it seems like you have to turn it on. You can't turn it on in advance. No, let's do this correctly, I guess. Kind of weird, but okay. It's just a test scene anyway. And the test scene works, so we can run this. And then I'll turn this on in the remote tree. And then now we trace a path from the center to wherever this is. That should help. This is not the kind of thing that we want to spend time doing in a game jam. And I originally wrote this for the post-jam version of Bare Necessities, but I'm like, wow, this would be good for anything. And the neat thing about this is the A-star is not just the pathfinder, but it's the tile map that you use to build the network. And then there's another tile map that you can associate with it that can trace. I can't have them contained, self-contained, because that would require tile map and not tile map layer, but that should be cool. Now let's work on the stack. Let's work on the stack. DeWald de Jaeger, welcome in. You just read Ludum Dare is ending in 2028. It's blurrier than that. It's a lot blurrier than that, because yes, Mike put out an email saying that, and then in the same email, he's like, I'll probably do an event in April of 2029, too. So I'm not gonna sweat it. I would recommend nobody sweat it until we get to 2028, or even 2029. But yeah, join Down to Jam. If you're worried about not having a jam, a spring and fall jam combo, join Down to Jam, d2jam.com. For a good time, join d2jam.com. You haven't done a jam in a while, check it out. Yeah, I like it. It's a lot like Ludum Dare. The nicest thing about it to me is that the solo version, you get 72 hours just along with everyone else. Because 48 hours is gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. But we're gonna be doing our best to not have a cowman for the duration of the jam. Let's see. That's what Bart would want. See you, Commander. Have a good weekend. All right, there's another print in here somewhere. There it is. All right, so this works. This is test code that we don't actually... Well... Do we throw this in as a submodule? Probably. No, probably not. I don't want to worry about managing a submodule in a 48-hour game jam. All right, so what we need to do is we need to work on the tile map stack. I need to make a new icon for it. It's not as 3D as I thought it would be. Good luck with the game for 59. Thank you, DeWald. Yeah, it's Ludum Dare's had some issues, but the community's there. It's still really fun. There's definitely drama around it, but I would try not. I think everyone should just do their best to not let the drama ruin the fun. But yeah, even just imagining an end for Ludum Dare is sad. Any tips for Ludum Dare, Dark Rosen? Yeah, whatever you think that you can do in 48 hours, cut it in half. Do it in 20. Do whatever you think you could do it in 24 hours. Whatever you think you can do, cut it in half. That's my advice. At least if you're doing Compo. If you're doing Jam, it's not quite that scary. But I think it's still good advice. Like, you should, if you're doing a 2-day Jam, you should have the game mechanically functional by the end of the first day. Like, you should have found the fun and have something mechanical running, and then spend the second day polishing it and putting in all the details and that stuff. Don't do what I do, which is to, like, come up with an idea that doesn't come together until the very end and requires all of it to be in place first before you can tell if it's going to be a game. Pretty solid advice, yeah. I would think so. I haven't done that many jams. This is like my 6th or 7th jam, but I always do short jams. So I feel like I've specialized to an extent. All right, so the tile map stack doesn't exist. We are going to be borrowing the tile map stack code pretty much just from Build a Bonsai, which was my last Down to Jam game. Build a Bonsai. I have really mixed feelings about this one, but we did it. We did it in 3 days, and we did it from scratch. And we made a 3D version of our block system for it, you know. But yeah, you'll note that the stuff is handled per block on a per block basis. If I was going to really do this, I would have done it on a per face basis. But I'm glad that we did it per block because that's what I want in the template. Like, like, Lo-Fi Flyby is a per face thing. But yeah, I want a 3D, I want to templatize my 3D tile map stack here. I love that. I love that random generation. That's like easily the best part. That's the best view, huh? Wish I had time. I would make a slanted out of this. I haven't made one of those yet. We don't got time. We only got an hour. Yeah, the countdown is running slow. I keep updating and it keeps losing time proportional to how long in between my update. You're just checking out the itch page? Yeah, hell yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I got some things on there. They're not great, but I make them all by myself. The solo dev ones are made with assets, but that's why they're 3D. That's why they're 3D. That's what lets us to do 3D games. Everything else I do is pretty much 2D pixel art. And the thing we're working on day to day is we're working on an FTL-like game called Lo-Fi Flyby. It's like a chill little idle kind of game of like a character and their pet going through space. I need to differentiate this from the background better. I need to like move her to be maybe in this, maybe like up here. Maybe I need to move her. I'm not supposed to be working on this right now. Somebody stop me. But yeah, I might want to move her up like here. And then move the logo like up here or something.
Most illogical.
Maybe this is better. I think that's confusing. More than it is anything else. But it does, I need some more, I need to have something behind them that's brighter than what I've currently got down here. This isn't terrible. It's kind of awkward. Thanks, Rhiannon. Honorary mod Rhiannon. Pillar of the community. All right. So this was kind of a crazy game jam. So the way this works is we have one object that with many tile map layers underneath it as part of it. Is there anything special about these tile map layers? Not at all. They just need a tile set. Well, they don't even need that, do they? You know what we should do? Is we should have like a... We should have like a... You should configure the stack object, and then the stack object sends its like tile sets and stuff down, is what should probably happen. But I'm not going to do that right now. We're going to just presume that we have all of these layers. But yeah, this is something that we should generate instead. But let's not worry about that. Let's just worry about getting the functionality out of here. So it's kind of about block data. These are consts, but should they be like export values and variables instead? So when you rebuild, you clear, you resize. You know what? I might not set up the stack here. And then I will be unhappy about it later if I don't, but I kind of want to start ideating. We're kind of on to the last hour. So I think rather than try to build the stack object with all of that time, I think we should start thinking about things. And then if we end up doing, we should not do anything that's functionally requires a tile map stack, because that has meant that I'm doing something in 3D using 2D art, which I do not have time to do in a 48-hour jam game. I barely had time to do it in a 72-hour jam game. Although you could argue that part of the reason we didn't have time was because I hadn't templated it. But yeah, let's not worry about that. I gotta jump. Thanks to Wald. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, we'll be doing this all weekend. Have a good weekend. We'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by. So let's just update this module. I really like that you can open the terminal from a folder inside Godot. It's kind of neat. I don't know if I have quite the right CRLF setup. It does warn me, but I think it's doing the right thing. Which is that the working copy is switched to CRLF, but the copy that's getting pushed gets LF, is LF. I think that's correct. I could just record it as CRLF though, because like I'm only gonna work on this game in Windows probably. Probably. I might do that. I might change that. Git status. Okay, git commit /m fix tile map trace 2D. Okay. All right, template updated. So we're in a good place if we end up doing isometric 2D with pathfinding. If we end up, so that's going to be the most obvious thing for us that we can do, is something that utilizes or depends on, at least partially, on an isometric 2D tile map layer. But just one. Not a stack. Stack is something else. Not that we can't layer like a handful of these layers, as long as the layers are independent and don't interact very much. So once they start to interact, that's the problem. There's another template that I would like to have made about configuring object placement using a tile map layer. If we need that, we'll need that. The mistake I made, which I made this mistake in Bare Necessities, was I actually used the tile map layer as like the source of truth for the content in each cell. And that was a huge mistake. Never do that, because of how tile map layer updates when you set cell. Don't use it to store data. Store data somewhere else. Store data in like a packed array. Don't store anything. You can use the tile map layer for I/O, for rendering, for whatever, but do not use it as your source. Except for config at like ready time. You could use it as a config file, kind of as like a visual config file. That's fine. Just don't change it in real time and think you can trust that. It gets really tricky. But yeah, let's maybe ideate. So we have a set of themes. We have 52 minutes. All right. I like checking. Ooh. The pizza, the Costco food court pizza. The Lenovo laptop hooked into the second monitor. This is a clean desk setup. I think literally everyone on this planet owns this particular Logitech controller. Owns one of these. Everyone in the world has one of these. One of this specific Logitech controller right here. This is a universal controller. This is just like, it's so funny. I see this thing everywhere. I too also own one of these, but I like this setup. This is a very real setup. I like it. Oh, I just wanted to like it. Yeah, people like this. This is amazing. Snow drama. Look at this. Look at this. Someone else did little animated badges for each Ludum Dare they'd done before. It was so cool. I think I mentioned that already, but it was cool enough to be mentioned more than once. Costco food court is goated. It really is. It really is. My high school was just down the street from a Costco. It was also just down the street from a McDonald's. So that was me after school. One or the other. The Costco was better. If we're being honest. Alright, I don't care. We're not looking at the drama. We're not interested in the drama. I love these. I love the stack. Fuel, Yorkshire tea. I love how specific that is. Raylib and paper and cigarettes. There we go. I don't fully endorse that, but that's it. Oh, I don't like this. Boo. No clankers. We're anti-clanker here. I'm a tolerant person, but we're definitely not pro-clanker. All right. 50 minutes. We don't have time for this. We got 16 potential themes and no ideas. All right, let's go. All right, just start telling me what comes off the tip of your mind. Chris Knife, yep, you got that Logitech controller. It's crazy. Everyone has that Logitech controller. It's one of those things. All right, what do we got? Parasite, feeding off of something larger. Yeah. True. Are you the parasite? Or are you utilizing? Or are you the one being leached? I guess are you the parasite is the good question. What would it mean to make a game about that? Snake game, eating stuff in an animal body, moving around an isometric grid. That doesn't seem like being a parasite, though. It's a cool game idea. I don't have any ideas for this one. We're going to move on. Unusual communication. Asteroids game, killing a parasitic infection. That could be interesting. I could see fun games where you're the parasite and you're trying to avoid. You're trying to leech off of this thing and try to avoid. I could see a Shadow of Colossus. I can see a Shadow of Colossus kind of thing. Either way. Chris, you already have You're falling apart. Idea reverse. Oh yeah, reverse catamaran. Damacy. Is that the right one? Yeah. I was more of a Nobi player myself. Nobi boy. Reverse catamaran is funny. Communication, you got nothing? I know. Unusual communication. You could have some kind of like symbol matching game or something, maybe. Or maybe it could be like, maybe you like try to convince people to, maybe it's like a mimicry kind of thing. Like an I do, you do, like mimicry kind of something. Where like you can't directly communicate with them. I don't have a lot of ideas for that either. Camera capture mimicry would go so hard. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. Yeah, catamaran, Damacy. Yeah, okay. Protect. Do a protect. Avoid escort missions. Absolutely not going to do any escort mission kind of games. Into the breach style. Do an into the breach style thing where like your health is the environment, you know? Kind of thing. Tower defense is an obvious choice. Yeah. Dome keeper like game. Yeah. We need to be able to think of it in a way that like makes sense at like a micro scale and like I don't know how to make Dome Keeper fun at such a small scale. All right, we've got ads starting in a minute here. I'll probably go make a cup of tea or something. I do like Dome Keeper. Their multiplayer patch just came out. No text in the entire game. Total meme theme. That seems so dumb. I don't even want to dignify this with any like thought. Again, it would be cool to maybe do something about symbol manipulation. Or something pictorial. Like I could think of some fun games or some fun twists on like typical games. I think based on the exit poll and kind of my own feeling, the top 3 in my mind is side effects, split, and strange machines. Like, I would be surprised if one of these doesn't win. Maybe merge or leave something behind. God, the wrong tool for the job feels like another theme meme, but it seems like it has more potential. I think it's more funny than no text in the entire game. Yeah. Yeah, no texting the entire game and unusual communication would be similar. In which case, things like mimicry or matching or interesting things like that is very, very possible. I like side effects because there would be just no direct actions. Just everything is a knock-on effect. I really like that idea. All right, we're in ads. I'll be back in a few minutes. I appreciate you all hanging out here with me during this. The final countdown to the beginning. The end of the beginning. BRB. All right, I'm back. All right. We got a little over 30 minutes until the theme is revealed. We're just kind of cruising through the list here. Enjoying people's theme poll final update. Split seems to have a strong lead based on the exit poll, but it's only a 10 vote lead. But we're starting, it's a 0.5% lead. So yeah, Split seems like it might be it. And that's interesting. We could do like the opposite of threes, which would be tough because I haven't played threes. we could do a game about like splitting things up. Obviously, that would be the Split theme. Hey, Still Needs Work. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you so much, Still Needs Work. It's been a minute. How are you doing? We're gearing up for a weekend of game jamming here. Yeah, Parasite looks likely. Signal looks likely. Strange Machines. I don't think this poll accounts for negative votes. It only accounts for positive votes. So it doesn't account for people's negative bias. So, grain of salt. But it seems possible. Oh, where am I? Obsidian. There we go. Sounds fun. Yeah. We're doing Ludum Dare 59 this weekend. 48 hours to make a game. From scratch. You know, the good stuff. You're doing good? That's good. Glad to hear that. Split perspective, top down and side on. That's neat. That's neat. You could also do one of those multi-level platformers or something where you're controlling like two different things. Could do like a Fruit Ninja style game. Yeah, Fruit Ninja, but with a bonsai. There you go, Jacob. Keep it on theme. Leave something behind. I like this. I think of I don't know what the right word for it is, but I think of the fact that like to move, you have to push off something. Like you have to I think of equal and opposite reaction. Like something about that. Something about needing to like you need to push back to go forward. And like maybe you need to like use, I mean, fuel usage, it would be something about like careful fuel calculation or something. I don't know. It seems like it could synergize with falling apart. Split. Split's the favorite though, so we should probably spend the most time thinking about Split. Like a water gun shooting you around? Yeah, something like that. Lurk. Thanks for the lurk work. A bowling game for Split? It's actually kind of a good idea. Bowling game roguelike. Splitting atoms. A co-op game when you need the splits to get back up. Brutal. Look out with the crowbar, splitting atoms, or prying them open. That's funny. I don't know what it means to make a bowling game roguelike, but I'm thinking of like Ball Pit X or something, which is just like Brick as a roguelike. How about instead of a bowling game, just a bowling game roguelike? Deck builder. Let's do a bowling game roguelike deck builder in 48 hours. Thanks for the idea, bud. You got it, Bryn. Or Brian. That doesn't bother me. But thank you. It's a good idea. I don't think we have time. If I had things like, if I knew how to make things like card interfaces and stuff. Hey, McGank. You're screenshotting the idea list? Yeah, go for it. This isn't the whole list either. It's not a good list. But, you know, some initial ideas. For Claude. Okay. All right, guys. All right, let's keep going. I think Split is the favorite. If I was seriously like, if someone was like, you have to make a game about a Split game and you need to work on it for the next 6 months, I would totally make a bowling game roguelike deck builder. It sounds really good. It sounds fun. In all seriousness, the bowling idea is cool. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. I might do it if I'm forced into it. And it's fine. I think we could all do it, and we would all come up with really different interpretations of what that means. If it's Signal, you're just not submitting. Yeah, I don't know what to do about Signal either. It's Signal, unusual communication, and no text in the entire game are interesting. Maybe if you're like a puzzle gamey kind of person or something, but for me, I'm like what would we do for Signal? Maybe Signal could be like a traffic simulator, or maybe like a train depot kind of thing, where you're like managing traffic, and like maybe a train depot. I don't know. But yeah, I think bowling game roguelike is our best idea so far. I don't think you need to do it as a deck builder. That just was the first thing that came to mind. And in fact, I think I would have a hard time because I've never made a deck builder before, so I don't have any some card deck like templates. Hey, Alan. Leave something behind being the bits of finger you smashed into the boards because you didn't know how to use a crowbar. Leave something behind could be fun. There's some stuff that could be interesting there. It'd be like a resource management kind of game. Flag signaling game. Yeah, we'll do the semaphore version of Wuthering Heights. You're an antenna. You got to capture the signals. All about. There's cool stuff in Signal. Signal intelligence is like a fascinating field that I have not really ever followed up. I've never really read too much about it, but I know about historically kind of some stuff. It seems very like an interesting area. For a game jam, I don't know. You like the idea of the whole game logic being handled by the signal code. The game can be whatever. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Good luck with that during the rating period. All right, paths. Paths. Like a Tron light cycle kind of thing, where like paths can't over. You could also think of like. You could think of like a kind of the bridges of Königsberg, of Königsberg. Think of a bridge of Königsberg kind of problem. Kind of not terribly dissimilar to our signal thing. Wrong tool for the job. I think this one's hilarious. I have no ideas for it. Eat a bowl of cereal with a fork. Oh man, that's brutal. Could be decrypting signals, alien signals. Yeah, Jacob, I think that's another idea that would be good for a real game. But I'm thinking about what that would involve in a game jam, and I'm like, huh. Kind of all in on this bowling game roguelike idea. Yeah, there's a lot of, I feel like a lot of jam themes really, like I feel like there's an approach you can take that leads to a lot of puzzle game designs. And I think puzzle game designs are great. I'm not a puzzle game dev. I'm also not much of a puzzle gamer. So it's like, I would have a hard time. But yeah, I have no ideas for the wrong tool for the job. Transformation. No idea. Merge. Some kind of combinatorics thing, I guess. Be like a Captain Forever type thing. Like a factory builder. Merge. I'm gonna say conveyor belt game. Strange Machines. I have literally no idea what to do for this one. I love the idea of this one from I just say the words. Just the sound of the words sounds cool. Strange Machines. But like when I think about what that actually means, I'm like, what does it mean? What does Strange Machines mean? I don't know. Crazy. Wrong tool for the job. You're a former assassin running a restaurant. Defend your store from enemies by fighting using kitchen utensils. Okay, so like, what's the anime? I'm gonna find it. Why is it not on this list? You know what I'm talking about. Thought it was on Netflix. Sakamoto Days. Thinking of like a Sakamoto Days kind of deal. Strange machines and side effects overlap for you, Jal. Y'all 7. JAL. I'm just trying stuff. Conveyor belt roguelike. There you go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. You didn't mean to make a puzzle last time. You know what I mean, Jacob? Yeah. Factories that produce weird stuff. I think it would be like you would need to like figure out what different machines do. It'd be a very puzzly kind of thing. Of like it would be like a rules discovery game. Like it would be a game where stuff is happening, stuff is occurring, things are happening, these machines have these roles and jobs. I think about that scene in Zorg's office in Fifth Element where he's got all these little machines who all have their little jobs to do. But like you don't know what any of these machines do. And so like your job is to like figure out how these machines work. That's a puzzle game, which we're not going to make, but that's the only idea I have. Voyage, sailing game. I don't know. Sailing game. Pirates style. Cause yeah, we could totally make a pirates sailing game in 48 hours. It would be a fun nod to a Following Wind, though. We could make a Leading Wind. Bowling roguelike with the lane as a conveyor belt. There you go. There you go, Brian. Build a Rube Goldberg machine. An idle FTL light about trucking goods around a galaxy. Oh, yeah. That's good. How's no one ever thought about that before? Way of the House Husband. Yeah, yeah. Way of the... It's different. Sakamoto is a more apt analogy, but I love Way of the House Husband. Let's not get bogged down. Let's not forget about what really matters, which is that Way of the House Husband is perfect, and I enjoy it so much. Not the, like, live action whatever nonsense, obviously. Shelter. I don't want to make a survival game. I don't want to make a survival game. I don't want to make a survival game. So it's not going to be Shelter. I would like to make a dog shelter game, but I don't think I could. All right, personally, I'm hoping for Split because I would like to make my bowling game roguelike. I really would like to make my bowling game roguelike, but I'm a little afraid because it feels in my heart like it would be so good I would keep working on it. That's my problem. I'm worried I'd end up with something I like, and I would spend 2 months on it like I did a Following Wind to make them post-jam version. Paths, I think we could do something interesting. I don't quite have the idea for it. I don't really know what merge would be. I don't have a lot of ideas. Obviously, our strongest idea is for Split, which in my heart means that Split is going to win. But the universe is cruel and indifferent, so Split might not win. And we have to be ready for anything. But I'm already ready to be disappointed. Arneo, you posted a concept for Signal and Off Topic. Your secret idea. Oh, that doesn't look like exactly like the game you're already making. You're shoring up some weaker categories. You kind of like Signal as a theme. Yeah, that's kind of neat. There would be some cool stuff. If I knew how waveforms worked, I feel like there's some cool stuff you could do. You're Eastern time zone, so you already got the theme released to you. I don't think that's how that works. I'm hoping for Split. We're holding out hope So my first jam, summoning was in a similar position where summoning was ahead by like, I want to say like 5 to 10 votes. And I was just like, I have an idea for summoning, and I just went for it. And I'm really hoping we come out ahead with split as well. I'm not going to look at it, because if I look at it, I'm going to... You know what we should do? We should double check to make sure that I upvoted split. I didn't. This is what we're going to do. We're going to revote. We're going to do everything we can to get split to win. Well, we'll see if there's a... Maybe there's a couple that I'd be willing to... If it wins by 1... No, I know the timer gets behind, but it's still I've never seen the timer be this slow before. But it's not going to be Signal. If it's Signal, I'm going to be a little sad. I love this. We're going to read these. We'll update the timer. Is it running slow because it's in the background? Probably. Yeah, I've never run into this issue, but I've also never left it up like this. It probably makes no attempt to synchronize. It probably just like a dead reckoning kind of system. Signal might be your favorite. Nice. Arneo, if you were doing this, you would definitely want Signal. Game where you control a sine wave would be cool. Yeah, I don't have an idea for that. These are adorable. What's going on here? Are these all their characters since 2011? Super cute. I love that. Comic Adventure Squad. Rhythm game for Signal? Oh, that's actually not a bad idea. What if it's like signal routing? Like a signal comes in and you have to route it correctly, and that's played as a rhythm game. What if you have to route multiple signals at a time? Would be also pretty cool. Oh yeah, like your you could do like you're a telephone operator or something kind of deal. I also don't hate like a traffic simulator idea. About like a telephone operator. Let's just make a game in Morse code. Yes, but no one's gonna care. I love seeing all the hype. It's crazy they're gonna do a Famicom game. The final countdown. Vampire Survivors like for Signal. Being the god of traffic lights could be similar to following wind. Yeah, the traffic lights thing is kind of fun. Is a kind of a fun idea. I'm thinking about something where you've got like trains or cars or something, and they're traveling around, and you have to control the signal so that they don't crash into each other. I actually have some code for something like that from Mini Delivery. In terms of for following traffic. All right, I think it's gonna be split. I think it might be signal. I could see arguments for a few more of these side effects. I like side effects. I don't know specifically what I would do for side effects, but I like the idea that you don't do anything directly. I like that idea. The god of traffic lights, that's funny. I have ideas for our bowling game roguelike, but I'm not gonna think about it anymore. In case I don't get to do it, I'll just be extra disappointed. You're for side effects, Jackal? Smoke signals is interesting. It's an interesting idea. McGank, you're back. Got any more ideas you can use? Anything you can see. But don't ask me. Ask ChatGPT. If you really want a totally random idea. Why don't you just make a game that covers all the theme? I've done that before where I've started to think about an idea that would cover multiple themes. I don't think that's that weird. I think a lot of people end up doing something like that. Because a lot of people have the game they want to make, and the theme is either closer to or further away from what they wanted to do anyway. So I don't think it's that weird. Like, Mini Delivery was like a hedge from like not stopping and like 2-button controls. And like not stopping didn't 2-button controls ended up being the theme, but that kind of synergized with not stopping anyway, so I was like, meh. I have an idea. You're asking ChatGPT using my list as a reference? That's funny. Shelter doesn't have to be a survival game. Pet shelter. I thought about a pet shelter for a second. Gardening game with roofing, sheltering for sun and rain. Yeah. No, I know it doesn't have to be a survival game. I'm just writing that I don't want to make a survival game. We already made our cozy survival game. And, you know, maybe that is what I should make. Maybe I should just take a second crack at Bare Necessities. Bare Necessities 2. The Baroning. Ooh, but the Baroning spelled B-A-R-R-E-N. Stupid. I don't hate that. We'd have to draw a skinny version of Bernard. It would be sad. It would be too sad. We're not going to do that. My partner and I were thinking of what another fun animal character would be to do in a game jam, and I think we settled on Mulebert. Like a mule character. It was so stupid. It was so stupid. I think there's some interesting stuff to be done with paths. You got your own engine, McGank? That's pretty cool. Shelter could also be like upkeep and maintenance on an apartment or simulator, or keeping people in a hotel or something. Yeah, it's a survival game. You could argue about what kind of survival game it is, but it's going to be a survival game. Savvy, for side effects, it could be a game where you're a doctor, you have a patient with symptoms, and you have to deduce what their sickness is by reported symptoms. Give them medicine, they report back their symptoms, which can change for better or worse. That's a really good idea. I hope I don't have to do something like that. So it'd be like, you're talking about like an empirical, like a medical, like a Galen style. I know Galen's not the only doctor, but like, and a better description would be managing prescriptions. Better way to write that. Could even be comical, really. Yeah. I'm just thinking of like old empirical doctors. Jacob, side effects could be literal, and you have a cube that you choose which side to affect. Oh my god, Jacob. We could do that. That's a thing that we could do. I'm really holding out hope for Split. It probably won't be. It can't possibly be true that exit poll is accurate twice for me. So I'm managing my expectations, but I am ready to go in case we can make our bowling deck builder roguelike. Did you join in the last 5 minutes to vote? I would appreciate that. There's probably some other ones that I should vote up. We got 10 minutes. 10 minutes. My heart is fluttering a little bit. Oh, Cosmic Adventure Squad. Why did I read that as Comic Adventure Squad? This is fun. All right, here's what we're going to do with our last 10 minutes. We're going to do a thing. We're going to do a thing I like to do. We're going to make another note. We'll call this technical constraints. This is like, what kinds of games can I make? Right? That's the question, right? So like, what kinds of games that I can make? Pixel art, 2D. I can do analog, instruments, and Foley art. I don't have my digital audio set up. And I know I could use SFX, SFXR, or BFXR, or whatever. I don't want to try to learn. I'd never try to learn a tool during a game jam, but we'll see. So we can do pixel art 2D. We can do analog music. We can do Foley art. It's pretty much the list of assets I can make. Let's call this assets. Let's change this and make this like that. We'll say assets. And we'll like put this on a list. Here's the kind of gameplay that I can handle. I can do top down. I can do side on. I would rather do isometric. Well, 2D. I don't think I'm going to do a 3D world. So it would be like 2D world. I would prefer grids. Prefer grid-based. Prefer isometric. Hard mode, no tiles, never. I can make an inclusive dating simulator. 2D pathfinding, yeah. Pixel art 2D, not UI driven. Oh yeah, that'd be tough for me. I could probably figure out the cards thing, but I don't want to. But I could. I think there's enough examples about how to make card UI stuff. Minimal, we'll say minimal UI. Well, here, we can say like interface. Let's say interface. Minimal UI. Little dialogue. I hate control nodes. Hates control nodes. I don't want complicated level scene structures. I'm like a one screen kind of guy. So this is the kind of stuff I do when I have to make everything from scratch. When I do things in 3D and I can use art assets and stuff, I usually get a little more creative in terms of what I'm willing to execute on. I'm gonna say few control nodes. I guess minimal UI and few control nodes is redundant. I want a touch-friendly interface. That's actually not trivial, but it's something I've been trying to do a lot with my Game Jam games. Just make them play nicer on the phone, because it's a lot more fun to show people. Also, is it 6? It's 6. It's been revealed. I'm not going to look at chat until I know what the theme is. Fuck, it's Signal. Okay. Well, rip bowling game roguelike, which would have been good, but I definitely don't have time to do. All right. You don't know me, Brian, but I'll tell you right now, we don't put AI slop. We don't do AI stuff here. We just don't. And I won't judge you too harshly for doing it, but you will be judged. All right, Signal. Time for hell. It's a voluntary hell. It's true. It is voluntary. I'll do everything with AI if I can. It's insane. I actually don't know what the state of the rules are in terms of that, and I don't care. I'll let other people worry about that stuff. I love this pixel art. This is good. This is good pixel art. All right, signals. Signals. We're a simulation guy, so signals. What do we want to do with signals? Oh, moving to Godot after many years in Unity. Love that. Rip. Let me look at. I want to look back at this this poll prediction guy. I think the flaw with that poll is that it doesn't count negative votes. I don't think. Signal was in second, so that's pretty accurate. I would have loved Split. Someday we'll make our bowling game roguelike. I think that would be good. All right, we got 2 days. All right, new document. The theme is Signal. All right. ALA is allowed in the jam, but not the compo. Okay. Yeah, at least it's not no text, Zerbu. You are very right. Some of these meme themes were rough. Unusual communication, no text in the game. The wrong tool for the job. I would have had some hard times with these. All right, so what do we have? So we have like a telephone operator idea. We have a traffic simulator. If I'm being honest, I probably want to do a traffic simulator kind of thing. Because that can be grid-based, which is friendly for us. I like the idea. What was it? It was like a rhythm game. Like a rhythm game kind of thing where you had to like direct signals to like redirect signals. Like you have to, it's not just the signal, you have to like interpret the signal and route it correctly. I guess that's where the telephone operator game would go. Read the signals, redirect the signals. That could be cool. That could be cool. Let's move this stuff over. Potential ideas. I am deads. This is not the theme that I wanted, but it's the theme that we got, so we're just doing it. I didn't have time to make a roguelike about bowling. As much as I want to. Vic was right. Yeah, who knows? There's probably ways to guess. It's pretty accurate. Hey, Terrace. One thing, make it a demo instead. Yeah. No, that's smart. That's the way you think of it. If you have a jam idea that you think is too big, you don't think about making the game. You just think about making the demo for the game. That's the right attitude. You could still make a bowling game. No, I could not. Yeah, it's actually Signal, Arneo. Hey, Sapphire. Thank you, Sapphire. Arneo, you're thinking of creating a sine wave by moving the point it emanates from up and down. That could be fun. Chris Knife, traverse an isometric grid. First, finding transponders using your signal scope. I guess you could do that. So our potential ideas. The only real ideas I have is like I have 2 ideas. I have a traffic simulator idea, and then I have like a phone operator kind of thing. Those are my 2 ideas so far. Traffic simulator would be fun. It could be like, you could incorporate an idea like Snake or something, where it could be like, manage train traffic to prevent collisions. Like managing train traffic could be cool. You could do car traffic, but I kind of like train traffic because I think it's more believable when a train just like absolutely obliterates another train. You could do some airport traffic, but that's not as fun. Then we're dangerously close to a following wind at that point. What were my ideas from this though? See, it's like you redirect incoming signals. Reroute incoming signals to their destinations based on the content of each individual signal, its origin, etc. That'd be kind of interesting. For the kind of things that we do. Oh yeah, I didn't finish the technical constraints, but it's things like inorganic, characters are easier, little to no animations is better, mostly acoustic. Foley art, you can kind of do whatever you want. You can kind of capture almost any sound with Foley art, so I don't feel like that's a constraint. 2D world, prefer grid-based, prefer isometric. Minimal UI, little dialogue. Touch-friendly. Birds traffic simulator? Hey, Helios. I don't know what that means, but it's an idea. Sabby, maybe you could do something like you're communicating with distant worlds and you have to decode the message and the signals. I know someone who's making a real game about that. It seems involved. We're gonna not do anything that sounds like a puzzle game. We like simulations, we do not like puzzles. This could be like, so you could manage traffic while preventing collisions. I guess it is to prevent collisions. The traffic simulator one could be like, move the most cargo passengers in the least time with the fewest collisions. It could even be without any collisions. I feel like I could make a train engine and train car sprite in 2 directions, and then we'd be done with that. What else is Signal? I'm leaning, I'm like maybe pigeonholing my mind a little bit. What else does Signal mean to me? We're gonna do the smart thing, which is to grab like the dictionary definition. Signal is a noun. We're gonna actually go to a dictionary. We're not just gonna put in what Gemini wants. Let's say 1. An act, event, or watchword that has been agreed on as the occasion of concerted action. B. Or B. Something that incites action. So this is like side effects too. We could actually do something where it's like things happen kind of indirectly. Oh, this is actually the second definition. The first definition is just sign or indication. I don't want to get too crazy about this. Hey, Nozoi. Air traffic control. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Sabby. It's not a bad idea. Mini delivery 2D. Route a fleet of delivery drivers by changing traffic signals. Radio, signal intelligence. Yeah, these are all ideas. For you, signal is something, another world thing that come to us. Interesting. Y'all, your backup idea was to cut the signal of a phone conversation to manipulate it to suit a goal. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. Arneo, hand signals. You have to communicate with a deaf person. That sounds tricky, considering I don't know sign language. It'd be kind of cool. All right, I think we're gonna do a snake-like game about managing traffic, managing like train traffic. Ooh, I have an idea for this. Dual grid with trains and car traffic. So like you need to, so there's a lot of like railroad and car crossings, but you need to change. You can't just leave it green for the trains at all time, or the cars will get backed up. But you need to let the cars go, or the trains go. So maybe there aren't really collisions. Maybe it's more about unjamming stuff. And so maybe you're only concerned about like delivering trains. Maybe you're concerned about both. That could be interesting. Trains are the objective, cars are the obstacle. What if they're both? What if just keeping the system moving and you get points for like the number of trains and cars that clear? We could do this with just cars as well. And buses. Maybe it's just vehicles in general. Maybe it shouldn't be trains per se, because that would be a little awkward. That would be a little tougher. I like trains. What about... Because the problem with doing train tracks and roads is it limits the amount of either. Or what about just... We'll say vehicle traffic. Just cars. Just road traffic. Cars, etc. I could see this. I feel like a lot of people are going to make this game. Maybe not a lot, but I feel like at least one other person is going to make this game. It's like traffic simulator kind of thing. where it's about preventing congestion. And you just change the light signals. Change traffic light signals. I do have some code for cars to follow traffic signals. It's not great, but it would be a start. Hey, Fusionist. How's it going? Your score is how many cars or trains get to their destination in a set amount of time. Something like that. Something about like the flow of traffic ticking something up. Well, it's going. How do you feel about the theme? I was really hoping for Split. We were going to make a... Well, I'll tell you when we get back from ads. I'm boiling water, and that water is totally boiled away, so I'm going to go deal with that before I start a fire. I'll be right back. I told people not to let me forget, and then y'all let me forget. All right, we're back. Yeah, so what was I saying? We were holding out hope for Split because we had the idea. I say we. I don't remember who exactly. Someone had the idea of a bowling game, and I was like, we're gonna make a bowling roguelike deck builder. Flight seatbelt simulator. Fasten it when the signal turns on. It's funny. You're just on an airplane and you're like sitting there with a cigarette in hand, and you lose if you light your cigarette before the no smoking sign turns off. And the joke is that the no smoking sign never turns off, so you're just sitting there. And if you smoke your cigarette, you lose the game. And have to start over. You died. I watched a Ben Kingsley movie recently where that comes up. It was very good. Bowling off of Split is a funny idea. Yeah, it's one of those where I was like, wow, I really want to make this. But then the other part of me, where's that reflection coming from? That's weird. The other part of me was like, there isn't enough time to do this idea justice. maybe if we were doing like a Godot Wild Jam, I could make a bowling roguelike deck builder. But I was like, there is no time. But yeah, I don't love this theme, but I think we're gonna make a traffic simulator game. All right. What is this going to be called? So it's a game about managing traffic lights. So the traffic lights will change on their own on like a timer, right? So some will turn red, some will turn green, some will turn red, some will turn green. And that'll just happen. So your job is like intervening to like keep traffic moving, right? And you want the least amount of collisions. Maybe I don't know how you'll be scored. Maybe it'll be a survival thing where more and more traffic will come onto the map. And you're just I don't love that. It's almost exactly like the health system we used for A Following Wind, where it's like you try not to lose ships, but you try to score. And like maybe you get points for every vehicle that makes it off the map or something. And that's fun. That seems fun. That's not a terribly imaginative idea, but I think it's something we could execute on. Because it's grid-based, pixel art, top-down or isometric. Doesn't really matter. You can have vehicles of different size. That might be a little tricky if we do it grid-based. We could still manage. Maybe we don't care about that. I think this is okay. Already jumping into it. I don't know what to do with this. I don't think of a lot of ideas for a given theme. We could do a kind of a rhythm game based on like being a signal operator and like rerouting signals, and I think that's cool. I don't think that's for me to make. I think the other one just kind of matches my skill set very well. But yeah, I'm not somebody who ideates super long. I usually think of an idea and then my brain dumps all alternative ideas and is incapable of thinking of more of them. That's kind of what happens with my brain. It kind of fixates. It's kind of my style. But yeah, I think we'll brainstorm, do some planning tonight for the next hour or so while I drink my tea. You had to go eat dinner. You saw the news though, Signal. Yeah, we'll survive, J-Cup. I think we're gonna make a little traffic simulator game, like red light, green light. Do we just call it red light, green light? I was about to be like, hey chat, what do we call this traffic simulator game? Is it just red light, green light? Because I don't care about SEO for a jam game. I think we would need our titles, our like title screen / like jam page, whatever you want to call, like icon. Our title, I think would need to be like a light signal, an intersection or a close up on a light signal or something, and there's just cars in the background just on fire. Just like piled up. You like it? It portrays it. A new name might come. All right, we'll call it. We'll say code name, red light, green light. Red light, green light. Yeah, I don't even think we'll have a yellow light. Maybe we'll just have red light and green light. Hey, Hyro XT. How about a traffic for space flights, like Earth to Mars and Earth? You have to maintain cargo and travel flights to meet the need of the planet's failing flights. Yeah, that's a cool idea. I just don't know how to make that about signals. Like, I could control flights moving around, but like I don't want you to actually do anything except manipulate a signal. So it's a lot like side effects, actually. Sorry if this is really bright. I just wanted to chill on the screen for a minute while I went to go get my tea. Actually, I guess I'll put the BRB screen back up because I gotta go get my tea. But yeah, I think we're doing okay, Jacob. But welcome in, Hyro. Thank you for the suggestion. Please don't anyone feel like I'm batting down your idea or shooting down your idea. I mean, I am, but like, it's only because of the time intensity involved that I make these judgments. I make snap judgments about what I'm hearing. But I really appreciate all the feedback, and I appreciate everyone choosing to spend some time here this weekend with us during what's going to be a hell of a 2 days. I'll tell you that. We'll continue brainstorming for a little less than an hour, and then pick this up tomorrow and do the real work. I'll probably just do prep work tonight and try to get to sleep at a reasonable hour. But yeah, we'll be right back. We're not done yet. I just gotta go get my tea. Herb. Hey, we're back. Hey, JD, Pigorley. What's up? What's up, y'all? Happy to Phil anniversary. Oh, thank you. Thank you both. Pigorley, you're not doing LD this time around. You're just here to consume as much LD dev as you possibly can. All right. Yeah, well, we're going for a bit longer here. We started early. We tried to do some prep. We tried to do some ideation. We were really hoping for Split. We really wanted to make a bowling roguelike deck builder. At least a bowling roguelike. We really wanted to make one. But it wasn't meant to be. And it's okay. I don't think I could have done it justice in 48 hours. But the theme is Signal. And we're leaning in the direction of doing like a traffic simulator kind of thing where you control traffic lights and you try to like keep the grid moving without causing collisions. I guess collisions are unlikely, but possible. It's really you're trying to limit congestion. It's like how much traffic can you move? I don't know what the goals, what the punishment or reward metric for that will be, but I think we can execute on it. And I don't know, I'm trying to think of a better name. I think I'm gonna go red light, green light for now, which is stupid, but that's code name. Code name red light, green light, a traffic simulator game. You like that idea? You're doing Compo? Yeah, I do Compo. I always do Compo because I don't like competing against teams. Even though that makes it really hard. A little time. Not much time. How are you doing, JD? Does sound interesting, though. Yeah, I'm also trying to avoid the thing that happens to me, which is I overscope. And I come up with some crazy idea that I can't execute. Like, at least with this traffic simulator game, I feel pretty confident I could have it up tomorrow. Like the basics of like traffic moving through the system and I think we'll do grid-based movement. I think we'll do grid-based movement and we won't allow diagonals. The only real question is, do we do isometric or top-down? Or some kind of weird in-between. So what are we going to do? It's going to be like manage traffic, manage road traffic to minimize congestion. That's a real sexy tagline. You're doing all right? You're about to try it out. You've got some ideas. They might need a lot of voice work. I could see that. Signals, people are talking a lot about signal intelligence and lots of stuff. I don't think I can do anything like that. Grid is the way. It should be the easiest art to make. The road. Probably then the buildings. The vehicles will probably be the hardest. You're talking about top-down versus isometric. I see. I misunderstood in a pithy way. Typical streamer. And this tea is good. I've also got some of these little cinnamon cookie things. My off-brand, my Trader Joe's brand Biscoff cookies. Maybe like traffic flows in from off screen and you get points for each vehicle that is able to then exit the screen. You lose points. I want to say gain. I don't know why. Gain points for each vehicle that is able to then exit off screen. You lose points for each vehicle collision. Should there be an additional JD? You know, you'll fork Godot, submit it, and just call it the signal bus. Yeah, I think Rhiannon had an idea of that, of you're like, well, just make a game and build it using only signals. And I was just like, but that's all Godot games. probably a funnier name than red light, green light. But again, I have an idea and then my brain shuts down and refuses to make more ideas. I don't know. It's like a survival mechanism, which isn't necessary because I'm not in like a resource scarce environment. I guess my resource is time, and in that way it is quite scarce. You're starting to get an idea over there, Fusionist. I believe in you. You're one of the LD greats. This will be my only my second LD that I finish if I manage to finish. I crashed out of last April because I tried to do a 3D isometric stack, which we know better than to attempt. At least until I finish my template. You'll manage to finish. I feel good about the scope for this. I don't usually, but I feel okay. So traffic will flow in from off screen. Traffic generally travels in 2 directions. Do we allow for that? Oh, I know. We'll have a grid space for each traffic lane, not the road itself. That solves a lot of problems. And each grid point will generally only have 1 entry point and 1 exit point. I guess some of them might have 2 entry points or exit points. But that helps you capture collisions in the intersection. Because what I was worried about was I'm like, well, if a car either is or isn't in the intersection, that makes the collisions kind of dumb. But if there's actually 4 grid spaces, if it's a 2x2 in the intersection, that's actually kind of interesting. That could lead to some interesting things, especially with things like yellow lights. If we allow yellow lights, I might not because of the whole grid-based thing. It might just be red light, green light. Oh, here's the thing. How do you show the player the lights? Should you... Here's something else. Should you lose points for congestion? I feel like no. Like, should you lose points for congestion for backups off screen? Maybe. Like it could be a thing where traffic is coming in off screen and you can see it as like a version of it. Like you could see it like it's masked in like a color or something. So you're clear it's like off screen. And if they back up beyond a certain point, you get like punished for it. Maybe. Off to Thinkland. Good luck, Fusionist. Good luck with the thought. Apply that thought. Strike while the thought hammer. That's not right. You got this. Ship it. You'll just lose points because you can't get your guys through fast enough. No, but like you won't lose points. You won't lose points unless you intervene and cause a collision. Maybe we do it like everyone does now, like with rents or whatever, where like you have a quota that you have to meet. What about an ever increasing traffic quota? That's the popular thing to do now, right? When you have one of these games, you do it like Lethal Company style, where like you meet your goal and then there's another goal. Yeah, I think that's the kind of thing we'll do. I think we'll do a kind of traffic quota thing where you meet your goal and then you get another goal that's bigger. And maybe there's even more traffic, so it's harder to meet that increased quota because traffic has a harder time moving. The only real question for me is, do we allow things like turns? Like, do vehicles ever turn? I don't think so. I don't feel like a vehicle turning... Oh, maybe it would. Maybe turning would be pretty cool. Maybe you can click through. Maybe you have to like click through light cycle states. Do you click through light cycle states? Or can you just directly select one? I like the idea of cycling. For example, a light could be red, or a cycle could be red, green, turn, right? So like if you interfere, you might have to cycle through a color that you don't want to get to the color that you do want, and that might cause additional chaos. I kind of like that idea. Helios, at first traffic is slow and just stops. When you make it flow, it gets faster and crashes can happen. Maybe. I feel like I just want more traffic to enter the system. I was literally walking home today from getting lunch, and I watched traffic that backed up like 2 blocks, and it was because too many people were in the left turn lane. So the left turn lane had backed up to the point that no one who wanted to go straight could, because they couldn't get between the cars trying to turn left and the cars that were parked on the side of the road. And I'm like, I just stood there and watched it for a second, and it's funny how apropos that is to what's happening now. What I'm thinking of. How are you doing, Commander? Welcome back. I like the idea of having a quota. In which case, maybe there aren't even points to lose. Like, maybe collisions don't matter. It just matters, like, how much traffic you actually get through. Well, no, I guess collisions should matter. It'd be silly if they didn't matter. But there might be situations where a collision might be worth it. Okay, I like this idea. I don't like the theme. I like my idea. And I think that's a good place to be during a game jam. At least at the start. Rip for our bowling roguelike deck builder. What would that have been called? What would we have called our roguelike, our bowling roguelike? The Big Rogue Bowski? I don't know. Pinhead Larry? There you go, McGank. That's not bad. Rogue bowling. Call it like the split of destiny. I don't know. You call it Split Heirs, and it could be about a usurped scion who is returned to reclaim the throne of the bowling alley. Split Heirs, but Heirs. Oh, I'm terrible. I'm terrible. Yeah, splitting heirs is pretty stupid, but that's kind of where we're at. Okay, I like this idea. I do like this idea. I think this would be okay. I would like a different. I don't know. Red light, green light is actually pretty good. You know what this reminds me of? Jotson's game, Ridiculous Shipping. It's not exactly like Jotson's game, because Jotson's game is about like loading cargo and like color matching and stuff. But it makes me think of it. It's more of like a flow game, like some kind of like flow dynamic kind of thing. My ideas, Brian, my ideas do sound better the less you dig into what I'm saying. The less you think about it, my ideas do sound better. So I think you're on the right track here. I do like the idea of light cycling. We could call it Tron light cycles. Signal is just cringe. Just make a split game anyway. I think we're gonna make it work. And if we're one of the few people that do, everyone I'm hearing from is like, let's make an alien language decrypting game. And I'm like, so you're gonna invent an alien language, figure out how to encrypt it, and then figure out how to tutorialize the decryption of the alien language in 48 hours, 72 hours or whatever. So you're thinking, Jacob? Yeah. I know someone who is making an actual alien language decrypting game that's like based on like the actual procedures that like NASA uses for like signal like processing. It's a lot. There's a lot there. I think it's like my splitting airs bowling roguelike game. I think it's a good idea, but I think it might be too much for the time. But I'm sure people will find a solution. I'm sure you can make it work. There's no idea here that you can't make work. All right, so I like red light, green light. We could gray box this really easily before we even start thinking about art. The only thing I kind of want to decide is how we communicate how do we communicate what lights are what color? And what I think hear me out. Listen. I think this will be good. I don't actually know what palette we're gonna use. It doesn't really matter. So, holy flashbang, Batman. So let's just make like an isometric, whatever. Doesn't matter. So we have a couple options for perspective. Do I really want to push my luck and do it this way? Yeah, probably. Can you make it a traffic simulator roguelike? Yeah, I guess I could. There was just something funny about playing bowling cards to like bowl different patterns to like achieve different objectives, and the pins are like the enemies. Oh, it would have been so good, and we would have not finished it in time. We would have definitely not finished it in time. I like the idea of the dating sim where you have to like, or some kind of conversational thing. It doesn't even have to be dating. It could be like a spy thing where you're trying to like figure out, you could do like a spy party kind of thing where you're like trying to figure out who is the double agent at the dinner party or something. I don't know how to make that kind of a game, but I feel like somebody could. Where you're like trying to make contact with like the double agent without getting caught. So you have to be very careful about like what signals you're giving to who. It'll be fun. You need to wait for the light signal. So here's my thinking. So we could do it like this. We could do it isometric. We could also just do a straight grid, right? I should probably use the arrow tool or the line tool here for this. So we could do two things. We could do this, we could do this. This is, the top down is functionally the same as doing something like this. I'm not gonna, we could also do something like this. Like we could do something weird. We could get weird with it. I don't think we will, but we could. Just because that seems like that would be hard for me. Why can't I guess I would probably do something like this, huh? Like you could do something in perspective or whatever. You could do a number of perspectives here. It doesn't really matter. Like we could do a number of different things. I think I'm going to make this a bigger grid. Some of this is going to be the same no matter what. So like you could do a number of different grid patterns. This is the one that I prefer. Because if you think about it this way, you could do it this way where you have a signal for each. So like you have your traffic directions, and I'm sorry for anyone who drives on the other side of the road. We're going to do this like American style. It'd be pretty funny to add an option to flip the directionality. We're going to do this American style. So, you know, you've got your... Who cares? You've got your traffic. You know, you got all your traffic. I need a little more room here. Give myself enough room. A roundabout would be brutal, McGank. I don't even want to think about how I would do a roundabout with this system. So whatever, you got your traffic, right? This is just for illustrative purposes. So not only do you have your traffic for... You also have, you know, a number of street lamps, right? So where's my red and my green? I guess that's what's going to control the tile sets we pick, because like this one doesn't... This palette doesn't have a red. But whatever. Well, I guess we really need to pick a different palette then. Nanigans, welcome back. What's the theme? Any ideas so far? Well, the theme is Signal, unfortunately, some say. We really wanted Split because we really wanted to make a bowling roguelike deck builder. But we're making it work. What about 31? Would 31 be okay? Oh, no, this is 31. Comfy 52, maybe? Does that have some red? Does that have a real red? Not really. It's like a pink. Yeah, well, at least I know what our criteria is. We're just gonna go for my high set, so I can at least do this example. The irony is I don't have a great red either. My red is pretty orange. So whatever. So you've got different signals, right? You've got red. You got red. You may or may not have yellow. Probably will have yellow. You've got green. Yeah, we're gonna make a traffic simulator game, I think, Nanigans. So you got your signal colors, and then how many signals do you put on this grid? You just need one, right? So like you can have one interactable signal, and that interactable signal will be like, okay, it's green for you guys. It could be green for these guys. So we're gonna have go, and we're also gonna have turn. So we'll have like left turn. So we also, I guess we need more because we also need this one as well. Wait. I don't know how I'm gonna communicate that well. But we're gonna have our, like, you'll have your turn signal as well. So this, so we could be like red for these. You know, just to communicate the idea. This isn't any of the actual art we'll use, obviously, but I feel like I need to say it. Jacob, hear you out. The bowling ball is technically a signal for the pistol ball. Ridiculous. City skyline in 48 hours. Yeah, we're gonna do like a. It's probably gonna be more like mini motorways, which I've never played. Maybe I play that tonight. Yeah, it's probably more like mini motorways. Probably not exactly, or mini metro or whatever. But something like that. Something about managing traffic. It's actually probably not like this game, huh? I don't know. I should play it before I make comparisons. But yeah, so you could have, you know, the signal could be like this. Or you could flip it. And now it's like the opposite. Or you could... So how do you want to display... So the point of this shitty diagram I made is like, how do you want to display the traffic lights? How do you want to display whose turn it is to go, right? And like, I don't totally get how to do that in top-down. And in fact, maybe we want to have two of these where we say something like two lights next to each other, so you can have this on or not. You could have separate lights for go versus go left. I don't know. Whatever. Just as an idea. And then if that was in go left mode, so would this one be. But my point, which I am unable to make because I'm taking too long to get there, could be interesting if it's a rotating tile with signals. Yeah, that I'm thinking about that. So I'm thinking about you have to click through the cycle, and you don't just get to set the cycle. You have to click through the cycle. So if it's a road that allows left turns, you have to go through. So you go green, then you go left turn. Or maybe you don't explicitly require a left turn and people just try to do left turns at the end. I don't know. I kind of don't want that. I kind of don't want that real world thing aspect. I'd rather have explicit signaling. But my point is, if I do an isometric grid, I only have to show two lights. Because as long as I guarantee that the lights for one side of the street are the same as the lights for the other, or the one side of the intersection is the same for the lights at the other side of the intersection, so that like both of these sets turn. We wouldn't do this thing where this one would be, although maybe that would be cool. Maybe that would be cool. Where you're like, oh, this intersection, this goes and turns left, whereas this one is like, it goes and then has to wait to turn left. Like, you could do some interesting stuff there where like maybe this direction of traffic has to wait for all of these people to go or turn left versus, you know, both of these sets turning left at the end rather than going forward. Like left turn only lanes, you know? So I guess the point would be, it could be like this. Like this, oh, that was a mistake. There's some ideas here. I have ideas here, is my point. So like this traffic could have to wait for this traffic to both go forward and go left. Versus, you know, if they can both go left only. So like if they're not allowed to go forward, but they're allowed to go left. Like you could have some interesting combinations. You could have some really interesting combinations. Do you want to do yield on left on green? I don't know. I don't know how much I want to do about that, because I already just said I was like, well, I'll probably do one grid cell for each lane of traffic. And you could get more complicated where you could have like, this is a 2-lane road or this is a 1-lane road. I think we should start with just 1-lane roads and then see what we can do. But I could totally see us getting to like longer roads with like turn lanes and stuff and like crazy things happening. Maybe advanced levels that include that. That's not a bad idea. I don't know. I have ideas, but the point of this diagram, I definitely am not going to do this perspective, whatever perspective this is. So what if we have like a traffic lamp above this here? What if we do something like this? So I don't actually want it to be like this because we need two directions. So we need to do this in perspective. So we could do like, my point is that with a top-down view, you would kind of need some kind of indicator for like these different, it's hard to tell like the sides, and you would need different indicators for different sides. But with isometric, you just need to tell two directions of traffic. You need to tell what direction is this traffic going and what direction is this traffic going. This is all we need to know to make our decision. It's all you need to know. As long as the opposing traffic has the identical light structure. So that's probably going to be our constraint. Is that the opposing lane of traffic needs to have the same light structure as its foreground opposite. Just for like a cognitive load, like easy manipulation kind of thing. And in terms of like how much we need to draw, so we would want like a traffic light that's like something like this, probably not exactly like this. Something like this. That actually looks kind of like a traffic light already. Don't worry about the color saturation and stuff. We'd obviously have lit and unlit versions of these to make it super clear what's happening. We're also going to do American style traffic lights. I hear some places go is like white or something like that. It's pretty cool. All right. Yeah, so you got what I'm saying? We do something like this. Get our Rastafarian colors in here. Right? You could understand this, right? Although, how would I communicate direction? Maybe we need a bigger one of these. But yeah, I think we're going isometric to avoid this top-down stuff. The problem with this... Actually, it's not a problem, is it? I was about to say, I was like, the buildings are going to obstruct your ability to see the traffic. But that's actually fine, because the levels will be hand-built. And as long as the intersections are not blocked, then we're good. We're golden. We also don't want to do a particularly large scale. I don't want to do a particularly large scale. This is already pretty big, what I just drew here for funsies. Let's do some experimentation here. Rhiannon, you need to manage thousands of cars. I know. Look, this is a serious consideration for me. Almost all of my jam... Well, not almost. Lately, when I've been doing pixel art, my jam games have been in, like, 180p. 180p might be too small for what we're trying to do here. So, like, what can we fit in this? So we're going to take this. We're going to put this in a grid layer. Tile grid. So this is a 32 by 16. So if we do something like... It seems unlikely that we do 640 by 360. Just thinking about it. So let's... So what we want to do is we want to look at 320. Well, let's get this somewhere. So we have this. We just have... Oh. Let's put this somewhere for safekeeping here. I know it's like hard as to see this. I'm going to... Or more specifically, it hurts my eyes to look at this. Oh, that's better. Maybe we'll go for the magenta. Oh, maybe the blue is good. I say that and I just have to turn the background off. Oh, Hypnotic Games. Rating in here. Rate alert. How's it going? Happy Friday, Hypnotic. How was the stream? You're in Ludum Dare town here. Population us. Hippie Saturday, not here. It isn't. Here it's about 7 o'clock on Friday, but it might as well be Saturday. We've got 2 days. Hey, that gamer, how's it going, y'all? We're participating in Ludum Dare 59. The theme is Signal. We're really upset that it wasn't Split. We were gonna make a bowling roguelike deck builder game for Split, but it's not gonna happen. So instead, I'm thinking of doing a traffic management game where you change the light signals, or you manually overwrite light signals to reroute traffic to like manage traffic congestion. Do a little thing about that. So we're like mocking up, deciding our... I think we're going to do isometric. We always do isometric. But yeah, I don't know what to call it. Codename red light, green light. We're gonna have like a traffic management style game, I think. Things work in one branch, they don't in the main branch. Oh my god, I hate that. Nothing's different, you are insane. Dex does art, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, I hate that, Hypnotic. I was helping my partner with that. They had multiple problems recently where they were like, these two things are identical and they behave differently, and it's like the amount of needle in a haystack bullshit you have to deal with to try to resolve those errors. Insane. Shenanigans, like a sliding puzzle tile, but it's signals and road tiles, and you get the red card of the exit. Yeah, it's not a puzzle game. We're gonna do more of a simulation game. We're thinking that there's like traffic. There's like ever increasing amount of traffic coming onto the map, and you have like a quota for how much traffic you need to guide through, like how much traffic needs to go through. And maybe like each time you meet that quota, it goes up or something, and more traffic comes on. And then eventually everything is going to stall out. You won't be able to meet your traffic quota or something, and you'll lose. I want to get into Score Chasers one of these days. You know what I'm saying? The only real question is, like, do we try to do multiple maps? I'm tempted to say no. But it's like one of our viewers said it earlier, which was like, don't make a game, make a demo. And I think that's a really smart idea when you're doing a game jam like this, especially a short game jam. Don't worry about making a whole game. Just make the demo for a game. Game name, Gridlock. That's not bad, actually. Gridlock is not bad. I'll add a section for alternative name ideas. Gridlock is pretty cool. I feel like red light, green light really communicates what you're doing, but it's also like a children's game, and I don't know. The SEO is terrible with that. Which is not a real problem, but Gridlock is cool. That's a good name. You could set it in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, call it the Grimdark Gridlock. The Space Marines are just trying to get to their job. Space Marines go to work just like the rest of us. Well, thank you for the raid, Hypnotic. I forgot to give you the shout out. I'm sure you gotta go. I'm sure you want to decompress and unwind and try not to think about this horrible issue you're struggling with here. Branch madness. Hypnotic games in the multitude of in the multi-branch of madness. But I appreciate you. You're gonna keep going insane trying to figure it out? Okay. I believe in you. I believe in you. That's your method of relaxing. We'll probably go a bit longer here. I'll probably let this ad run and we'll go a bit longer. But not super longer. But we'll keep this raid train going when I'm done. Oh, okay. Apparently everyone else is done except me. I might be on the hook for a bit here, guys. Raid alert. Raid alert. How's it going? What up, big boy? Big Boy Games official. Welcome in. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you so much. I know. The crazy thing is, this is how you relax, Hypnotic. That's funny. Yeah, you can't go insane if you're already insane. Hey, Yochi replays. Big Boy managed to raid directly into ads, so I'll see you on the other side. But welcome in. I just gave a shout out to Hypnotic, so I think this is gonna be a second here, but welcome in. It's Ludum Dare. We're daring to lewd here. The theme is Signal. We're thinking about like a traffic management kind of game, where traffic is just flowing in from off the map and trying to leave the map. It's like flowing in from some roads and flowing out others, and you're just trying to like keep traffic moving by cycling through the lights. The only question I have is like, well, no. For a quick second, I was like, do the light cycles not change unless you change them? But that's crazy. So I think the lights will change on their own natural cycle. And then what you can do is you can like override and like spam click through. You can be like, red, green, turn. Green, turn, red. Or like whatever. You know what I mean. And you're like trying to like make little interventions to try to keep traffic moving. Anyway, we're heading to ads. I'll see you all on the other side, I guess. Yeah, the raid timing is always classic. How was the stream? Thank you, Zen, the stacks. Dependence. Appreciate you all. Rhiannon, thank you for the hydrate. We're drinking tea. I'm gonna have my cookie while we're in ad space here. Thank you for the stretch. Nanigans, you're just trying to wrap up your camera scrolling smoothly without causing pixel jitter. It's perfectly smooth and horizontal movement, even works really clean in rotation, etc. However, forward and backwards is jittery. I'm pretty sure you're really close to solving it, so stubbornly trying to finish it up before you shut off for the night. Yeah, I have really fought the cameras a lot sometimes to get really good movement. I've gotten to the point where by default, I just prefer not to have a camera. Or if I have a camera, I prefer not to let it just move. It can be such a pain to get it to look well, to look good in every case. This is one of the great songs here. Of course, we already voted it. I'm gonna let the song do the speaking. All right, we're back. How's the stream, big boy? Were you just about to raid out? No. We're not just about to raid out. We'll hang around. We'll hang around for a bit. I probably won't go too much longer, maybe like 30 minutes or something, but there's questions I need answered. All right, how do I want to do this? No overlap probably is how I want to do this. Stream was good. You just pushed an update for your game's playtest. You're just chatting for the rest of it. That's nice. When I don't feel like working anymore, I also just start chatting. But that's great. Pushing an update's good. That can be harder than not. All right, so how big of a grid can we fit into our preferred? So whenever I do a jam, I prefer 180p screens. That's what this white outline is a 180p screen. For our main games, I do a 360p screen because that's the classic pixel art. That scales really nicely into 720 and 1080 and everything. 180 does as well. But 360 is a little better. It is a lot more work. So if we can get away with doing... So when I do a jam, I prefer to do 180. But I just want to see how big the map would be. We don't actually need that much. And you know what'd be really cool is if we have some, like, overpasses and stuff. Dave, don't try to do an overpass. That's a tile map stack with a height of 2. Do not do it, Dave. Don't do the overpass. Don't do it. Just do surface roads. Don't do tunnels either. Don't do it. It's okay to not do any of these things. Remember, we're doing a demo. We're making a demo. We're not making a game. We're making a demo. That's what a game jam is. It's a suggestion. I know that's not what a game jam has to be. It's just usually when I'm in this kind of a mode of making everything from scratch in like 2 or 3 days. I feel like it's a healthier way to think about it. Okay, so this is close to what we can do here. No overpass. That can be post-jam. Yeah, exactly. What I want to do is I want to line this up. Oh. Line this up in the center. Okay. 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 We're getting there. I'm sorry it's so bright. It hurts. Believe me, it hurts me more than it hurts you. I guess I don't need to see the grid. We're just seeing what we have to play with. I think this will be fine. This seems like plenty. Seems like definitely plenty. For a little isometric tile or a little traffic management game. So it's 2, 4, 3, like this. That's like that. 2, 2. Okay. And top down. Let's even this out a little bit. So that's like that. And this one is not quite like that. Yeah, that's good enough. All right, so here's kind of what we're talking about in terms of scale. And or scope. Be like this. What is this about? So in terms of the center, so it's 1. So if we count from just the stuff that's inside, like fully inside, Nanigans, you can fit a 10 by 10 grid cleanly. Feels like a nice even number. Yeah, in this case, I think a 10 by 10 grid. Okay, here's something to keep in mind that I forgot. These are actually double grids. So the actual grid cell size is half this. Visually, it'll be like this, but that's because there's 2 lanes of traffic, right? There's 2 lanes of traffic. In the intersection, there's, 4 lanes of traffic. Depending on how you think about it. So the grid is actually double this, but visually, from a visual standpoint, this is nice. This is bigger than oh, you know what I want to know? Is there a center here? Yes. Okay, so it's this. There's 5 above, 5 below, 4 over, 4 over. Okay, that's fine. That's like, yeah, that's like a 10 by 10 grid plus a little extra. And in fact, we might do the proper thing, which is to consider like part of this off screen. So like we could consider the interior of it, you know, we could consider like this space. Wait, let me get that shout out to the big boy. Not used to streaming this late. So we could consider all of this area playable, you know. Something like this, you know. No, I did too much. Went too far. Oop. So like, this could be the playable center area. And then vehicles could come from quote unquote off screen in 4 directions. Right? And they would come and go from the same stuff. So like this could be the playable area, which seems typical for us. And yeah, so it's a 10 by 10 grid. It's a 10 by 10 grid that's actually a 20 by 20 grid from like a traffic standpoint. I muted myself to eat my cookie, and then I started just talking. You missed out on all that wisdom. Yeah, I think this is reasonable. So like the main playable area, I'll probably move it down 1 set, so it would probably be actually like this. And it doesn't need to be exactly this. Like it can be, we can use the whole enchilada. I want some off screen, quote unquote off screen area. Maybe I don't care. I was like, it would be cool to if you could see if cars were backing up outside of the playable area. You could see how much traffic you had to clear. But if we do this quota thing, you actually don't care about that, and we can just use the whole enchilada. Like we don't need to be cordoning off a specific grid. In fact, in that case, what we would want to do is we'd want to determine the maximum size of this grid, which would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 22 by 22. I'd probably make it 24 by 24. So we'd probably make a 24 by 24 grid. And we'd have this whole area to play in. We would just need to be smart. We would need to be smart about where we put our buildings. We would need to be smart about where we put our intersections. But I like this idea as like a little intersection light, a little traffic light. The only thing this doesn't do is turns. Could we do a bigger one that would be more turn, that would like be able to represent a turn signal? You need to make sure you leave room for any UI you might need too. That's funny. These are funny words coming out of your mouth. UI. The traffic lights. That's like the only UI. Maybe the quota. Someone told me UI or die. I would think I have to think about it. All right. We also don't have to do isometric. I want to do isometric. We could do dimetric. I don't want to do dimetric. Hey, Z in the stacks. Thank you. Thank you for hopping off the stack and joining the heap. Hope you're having a good weekend. Yeah, so we want a bigger one of these maybe that can do turn signals. Because turn signals are interesting. Turn signals kind of open this up design-wise. Although, to be fair, the signals don't have to be the same perspective as everything else. Is another thing. Is another thing to think about. If I do dimetric, I actually double the number of tiles in here, though. Which might be a lot. You like that traffic light design? I like it too. The only problem is it doesn't have a turn signal. And I would like a turn signal. I admit that I don't need one, and that actually might be too much to think about. How big is the turn signal when we actually put it in place, though? And like, where would it sit, right? Would it sit in the middle of the tile? Does it sit above like this? Probably like that, right? Something like that. Maybe a little higher. In one of these two positions. And then you see traffic going by. And so all you interact with is this. So I feel like we could do. It's clear about which is the direction. Doesn't look too big in relation to the tiles. Yeah, I think this is the winner. I don't think we can make a bigger one. Because yeah, if you look at this, how many of these could you reasonably put on screen? Right? If you think about it, how many of these could you reasonably have? Like 7 or 8 of them maybe? Before you're just out of control. Like, maybe not even 7 or 8. Designing this grid is going to suck, but luckily we only have to do one of them. We only have to make one of them. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Steam Mind. Thank you for the celebration. Good evening. Yes, indeed. Welcome to kind of we've been doing some brainstorming for Ludum Dare. The theme is Signal, and we're thinking of doing a traffic management game, like a little traffic management game. We are like slowly getting overwhelmed by the amount of traffic coming into the city, and your job is to just prevent deadlock and get as much traffic back out as possible. And I don't know how it's gonna work. I could see something. I could see a few different ways to do it. I feel like having a traffic quota is probably the best. And then maybe if you cause a collision, you have to like pay for it, quote unquote. But I don't know how that would interact with the quota, because the quota necessarily wouldn't be in dollar value. It would be in like how many cars got through. Not quite sure about that. But yeah, we could have a bunch of these, because they would be changing on their own, and then the thing you could do is you could intervene to manually change it. Man, I would like to have turn signal lights. Oh, you know how you could show a turn signal light? Could you show it like this? Could you show a turn signal like... Could you do like an animation? Because of the... Could we take advantage of the perspective? Could we abuse the perspective to communicate a turn like this? Like... Oh. Something like that. Because it would just be, well, no, that doesn't, that communicates right, not left, dang. Oh, no, but we could do it this way. Right? Could you do that? Is this okay? Does this kind of communicate the idea of like a left turn? Could a crash take away from the quota? It could. It could, Z. That's a reasonable idea. I kind of feel okay about this. This, like, animation for left. You think what that communicates is confusing? Thanks, Nanigans. I mean, that's fair. That would be hard to read, probably, with everything going on. It's probably too much to have turn signals at this scale. I would need to make this much bigger. I would probably need to make this, like... Need to make it at least this much bigger. Thanks for being honest, Nanigans. That communicates as confusion. Yeah, like the signal is broken. I get what you mean. I get what you mean. You could have been nicer about it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. Alright, this is bigger. It needed to be a lot bigger. Yeah, this is getting too big. I think we had it. I think we had the sweet spot for the tile size. Just don't, I mean, like, one does not dismiss things out of hand. Rhiannon, you think mini delivery 2 could still work for this theme? And quota is how many trucks get through, and trucks are worth a certain amount of money. You're just coming off Lurk. What are the jam deets? We're gonna make a traffic management game about managing road traffic. And I think it's gonna be like traffic just starts coming in off screen, and the light cycles are just going, and then you can intervene in the light cycle to try to unblock traffic and get more traffic moving, and you have like a series of quotas that you meet until you can't anymore. So like the quotas get harder and more traffic comes in, and then eventually you're just overwhelmed. I want to be in Score Chasers at some point. I don't know if they're going to do a Score Chasers for Ludum Dare anymore, now that they have Down to Jam, but, you know. My problem is I don't usually make games that are gamified enough. They're not gamey enough. Hey, Axe Gallagher. Thanks for the follow. That's a fun name to say. Thank you for the opportunity to say that name. It does sound like if Gallagher went on like was turned into like a horror movie like villain. No, like instead of smashing melons, he's smashing like college kids out in like a smashing's not a good word. he's like slaughtering students out on a lake or something. You know, whatever happens in these horror movies. NanoDev. Ooh, are you gonna get lane mathematics? No. Probably not. I don't know what that is, but I think I can confidently say the answer is no. What if the road itself has a graphic change from straight arrow to turn arrow? I mean, it's cool. Here's the reason why we kind of need the turn signal is because otherwise no traffic will ever like head off in a new direction. Unless we make the roads bigger and we add turn lanes. Or we just let cars turn or not turn at random. But I kind of don't want to do that because that'd kind of mess up. Like, you'd have to know whether a car is trying to turn or not. What game engine will you use to make the game? Oh, don't worry about language issues. I'll make my best effort. Godot. We use Godot. We've done a number of pixel art, isometric 2D kind of Godot games. That's kind of our wheelhouse. You could let the cars pick a path at random to take and then put a blinker on the car. Yeah, we could. But again, it's like, what does that do to your calculus of deciding whether to let the traffic go or not? I think I would prefer it if the player made that decision, if anybody. Let's see if we can make a bigger traffic light. We were in the middle of attempting it. It's hard to do this in perspective. But I feel like it should be in perspective. I feel like it's really hard to do at this scale. Like, even with this, like, what would an arrow even look like here? Just gonna do it in yellow so I can see it. All right, let's look at dimetric. I didn't necessarily want to do this, but let's look at it. Because I think dimetric is way more likely to be able to do this. We're also not going to do that. Although dimetric is going to be a lot weirder for the cars. It would look cool, though. All right. Sorry for the flashbang. I just needed to see the grid so I could make my dimetric tile. So if we have a dimetric tile instead of an isometric tile, what does that change for us? Well, it means that our traffic signal will look a lot more side on, which is probably for the best. It's actually totally okay if this thing takes up a ton of space, as long as we're careful about how we place them. So can I express an arrow with this much space, with a slight perspective? Then you can do, just have the 4 columns of 3 high. That gives you 4 frames of animations that you can clearly go from one side to the other. 4 columns, 3 high, 4 frames. So you're saying like this, right? Just checking to make sure the order in which people do this. I feel like I've seen this where there's a separate, yeah, okay. That bigger light size might work fine if you're not planning on having a huge amount of on screen at a time. It would drive more prominence to them too. You do the animation similar to what you were doing, but it would be more clearly go from left to right or vice versa. Oh, you wanted me to do the larger traffic light. That's fine, that's easy. The initial thing I thought is I could just have another set of lights down here, right? This is what I thought you were suggesting, because a lot of systems will do this sort of thing. Right? Some systems will do this. But yeah, I think you're right. I think we might want just a bigger traffic light. I think this might be too much. I don't think I can do an arrow any better this way. In fact, I think I would want to do it 3 tall, not 4 tall, like this. So we could do this. That doesn't really communicate anything though. That's like a plus minus. I would need even more space. I think Nanigans has a good idea. I haven't totally understood what the idea is, but I'm gonna think about it. The other option is to do something like this, which looks like absolute dog shit. Let's just pretend I didn't do this. Let's pretend I never tried that. Let's just do a bigger one of these. In fact, this could be the bigger one of these. You do the animation similar to what you're doing, but it would more clearly go from left to right or vice versa. Just because it's bigger, just have the 4 columns of 3 high. And that gives you 4 frames of animation. There wasn't enough pixels. Okay. All right. Okay. So my idea was all right. You just didn't like this amount of space I'd given myself to do it. Okay. I can make that work. How many is this? 3? Well, we might do 3 or 4. Hey, Steam Mind. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Hope everyone else is having an all right time with their ideation so far. What is going on with this? Oh, because, duh, I'm done. Okay, I think we're doing okay. You know what I'm going to struggle with this weekend? Is streaming in the dark. I'm definitely going to try to stream earlier the next couple days. I don't like streaming in the dark. The eye strain is like too much. All right, so we're gonna do this kind of a light. 4 columns, 3 rows. Eventually I'll just turn my lights off, but it makes it really hard to see me. Nanigan's idea will probably read better, but you could also blink just the left or right side. True. The night light on your computer's... That's funny. You feel like you're on the eye strain? Yeah. I usually am not at my computer at night very much. I thrive on working during the day. My brain just stops working at a certain part of the night. That won't stop me from doing like an all-nighter, probably tomorrow night, but... Yeah, I think I like this scale. I think I like this scale. What if it was like this? I mean, I don't like this, but what if it was like this? Where it was just like... Is this like a little too on the nose? Oh, whatever. If I do like this. Is that too on the nose, or is that just like, would that just be good? So we could do that, or we could do like an animation. Fun is fun. Art already. We're working out some basic ideas. We're gonna do a traffic management game, and we're working out some basic questions of scale and style, mostly scale. But we're gonna make a little traffic management game. How are you doing? Fun is fun. Is fun still fun? Can you confirm? Fun still fun, you think? Trying to see if the game will be. That's the battle. That's the struggle. Yeah, I'm the kind of person that I come up with one idea and I can't think of any other idea, and we're actually very lucky that we thought of this because we almost mentally burnt out on a bowling roguelike deck builder, which we really wanted to make if the theme was split. I'm not going to let go. I'm not going to let that one go. I think that one could be good. I think that could be like a Ball X Pit level good game. No, we're not doing that. It's just funny. You probably need to get to prototyping. Might have as much as you can until you try it. Yeah, I'm trying to be really tight. I'm gonna do my best to get this game mechanically figured out tomorrow. Like if my game is not playable from start to finish by the end of my working day tomorrow, we are in bad shape. Because we're doing Compo. I don't know what you're going for, but we always go for Compo, which means we have no time. Fun is fun. You think you're going to do turn-based combat, but instead of getting a list of commands, each command has a code that you need to learn. I think we give the player the first basic commands that have them experience and overwatch what the enemy does to learn a command. I like that. I like that. That makes me think of like Helldivers stratagems, right? You're doing jam. That only gives you a few extra hours because you work Monday. So it just lets you go late Saturday and Sunday night. Yeah, that can be good for depending on what time zone you're in. I didn't take Monday off work, so I never give myself that backstop. Backstop's the wrong word. I never give myself that safety margin of like if things go sideways, I can switch to jam. I mean, I guess I could call out of work, but that wouldn't go well. You haven't played Helldivers? What are stratagems? So in Helldivers, so like stratagems are like, so in Helldivers, it's like a third person shooter kind of deal, but you can summon like airstrikes. So you can call in like airstrikes from above or whatever, or like weapons fire from your like ship in low orbit or something, and to act, or like call in a supply drop or resurrect your friend. Anything that's like a call-in is a series of arrow key entries because it's like mostly a controller game. So it's like, and you need to remember the patterns. So you need to be able to be like, okay, so a supply drop is left, left, right, up, left, but calling in napalm is left, left, up, right, right. And you don't want to call in napalm when you meant to call in supplies. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It can be challenging. They use that system for all of that stuff. Kind of fun. It's like exactly what you're going for, but in an RPG context. Yeah. Yeah. It's fun. Can't come into work today. Dave, we're literally watching you on stream right now. Yeah, nobody at work watches me stream, but that is the thing to consider. No, we're compo. We're compo to death. So what's better though, Nanigans? The little animation idea that we had that's like this, that's like, what do we like better? We could literally do this. I could even probably touch this up to make this a little, like, I could probably do something like this. Actually, like, we could do something like that, or we could do something that's stretched like this, and we could do, you know, like we had before, we could have our little animation. So this could be in this mode, or it could be in this mode. I don't love this, but I could probably come up with a design for this that, like, doesn't seem, like, as bad. And still has, like... Versus this. I think the animation is clearing than just losing 2 pixels. Yeah. So the problem is it's not omnidirectional. I want to do something close to what people actually experience. So it would be like this. But we could make it smaller. Could do this. I could color it to make it look a little less weird, I guess. Maybe we couldn't do the middle thing. Maybe we could, though. Would it be okay if it was like... I don't know. It doesn't really communicate an arrow either. What if we did this and then we would, like, cover this part up? What if we, like, didn't absolutely respect the perspective? What if we did more of, like, a UI thing and less of a, like, realistic thing? Okay, what do we hate less? Which side do we hate less? I just think, I do agree that I think the animation is a little tough, but I'll go back, I'll make the full version of this again. Just so we can look at it. I could probably finagle this. I could probably finagle this into looking like less like trash. Because for one thing, having this be a square is kind of weird. I think a circle design works okay. Yeah, I think it works okay. You kind of like the cheating one? Yeah, I think I do too, maybe. Because it's only going to look like this, right? Because this isn't, it's not, we're not signaling right turns. So it wouldn't be like this. It'd be like this. I feel like I like this because it makes this very clear. The difference between this and this. Where I'd be worried if it's like an animation, it's kind of hard to tell. Maybe this is good. I mean, I can put some detail in here so it's not just black outline. Like we could paint it in. Like we could paint it up, make it look less terrible. You know. Oh, this is odd numbered somehow. When did I do that? How did I? Okay. Try to do something. Make it feel a little less weird. I don't know what I'm doing. Kind of liked what I had initially. Just something stupid like that. You're losing half the pixels to make it clearer that it's an arrow. That gives you, yeah. Yeah, I don't think there will be a signal for right, but maybe there will be. I'm okay with right being random. Maybe. No, maybe you're right. Maybe we actually have, because there would be a rules discovery phase of trying to figure out what light patterns different lights have, which would go towards eventually having maybe different levels. Yeah, I kind of like the cheating light. I think the left side and the top slightly different shades than the right. Yeah, we'll apply some lighting eventually. Thanks, Happy Dev. It's a good idea. Part of the reason it looks like shit is it's not lit. You're very correct. Like we don't even technically need to outline it. Or more specifically, we probably do something like. Picking a random set here to use. Outline or no outline is going to be an interesting question. Be interesting to try a no outline. I think no outline looks like kind of shit, but no, the other question is overlapping or no overlapping. I guess we've kind of chosen no overlapping. Or overlapping, I should say. More specifically. Yeah, something like this looks a little better. It's a little janky, but it's definitely way more expressive than this one. It's definitely a lot bigger, but it's also lets you do a lot more. So the only real question is whether you put it like above like this, which is probably what you do. You probably put it one tile up like this so you can see the traffic go by. Probably something like this. And you could probably fit what, like, I still think you could fit 5 or 6 of these on a map, maybe. God, the level design for this is going to be hard. You wouldn't put outlines on the inside? Not quite sure what you define as the inside. So you'd prefer something like this. We'd have to decide who owns these. Yeah, that's maybe better. That's maybe better. It's okay. We can work that stuff out. Kind of like the inner outlines, but whatever's cool. There's options. I mean, I'd probably also do some more shading work here. Like, probably wouldn't go too crazy. That's probably too much. Yeah, that's way too much. Maybe do a little something for some of them. Whatever. We'll see. We'll figure it out. That's not something to worry about right now. But okay, so I think we understand the basic scale. I do like that this cleanly just takes up the next tile. So we can have an intersection, and then we can have another intersection 2 up, and there's no interference. Well, 2 up is the wrong word. No, that's the right word. Yeah, I think this will be cool. I might put these... I don't know. We'll figure it out. I think that'll work. I think that'll work. I think you'll be able to tell the difference between a turn signal and a non-turn signal. The only real question is, do all lights have the same click pattern, or are they different? They should probably be all the same, being honest about it, but... This is fun. This is fun. How far in are we? About 2 hours in? It doesn't feel bad for 2 hours in. I feel more confident about our idea than I typically do 2 hours into a game jam. I guess I was really confident about Bonsai. Very brave to go isometric in a jam game. It's literally all I can do, Sabby. It's literally all I can do. I'm a broken person. Like... Here are my itch games. Well, okay. Technically, this is isometric 2D. Isometric 2D. This doesn't count. Isometric 2D. Isometric 2D. This also doesn't count. Isometric 2D. Whenever I make a game from scratch, I can only do isometric 2D. I don't know what's wrong with me. So I think we'll be okay. But yeah, it is. I would not recommend people do that off the bat. True 2D isometric is really challenging, I'm sure. You seem to know what you're talking about. I don't do true anything. Yeah, I eat isometric for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Rhiannon. Okay, okay. Everyone's back. We're back. He's a little mad about the signal. Yeah, I don't think people loved Signal. The irony is that y'all voted for this. Y'all chose this. Oh, this is cute. Starting wide with level design. I get this. I get that. I read this as a goblin pretty clearly. Anyone else using Godot 3.x? This is crazy. Batman signal. Ooh, a bat signal game could be fun. You just play Detective Gordon waiting. Okay. No signal. There's some fun stuff people could do here. I can't wait to see. You can't stop the signal, Mal. I'm gonna stop here. You can't stop the signal. You just mean not relying on 3D to fake it? Oh, Lord. I don't know how to make 3D art. You should see my main game. It's happy. Hey, Pheasant. We 48 houring this whole time? Not the whole time, just for the last 2 hours. The theme was only revealed 2 hours ago. Was Signal the most upvoted or least downvoted? And that is the question. That is the question. That is the question. But yeah, my whole wheelhouse is faking 3D with 2D isometric, Sabby. That's like my whole reason to exist. I'll show you the stupid level editor tool we use. Hey Fusionist, how's it going? It's going okay. I think I have an idea. I gotta mess around with some different art stuff. Have you heard of sprite stacking? I don't know if I've heard of sprite stacking. Sprite stacking. How are you doing, Fusionist? Process of using a series of sprites layered on top of one another with a slight offset to create the illusion of depth. That's kind of what I'm doing. Oh, Lord, maybe it's not kind of what I'm doing. Maybe I don't understand. Ooh. Oh, this is kind of what we do. Here, I'll show you. You tell me if this is sprite stacking. You ever be to answer that? No worries. I will check out that plugin. This is all isometric 2D. Whoop, I went too far. Gotta patch that hole I made. Now we can continue. Yeah, none of this is 3D. This is a thing. Well, I'm not really using it. Originally, I did this with what I call a tile map stack, which is a 3D stack of 2D tile map layers. I don't really use that anymore. I've kind of evolved into a bit more of a ridiculous process for this, but yeah, this is my bread and butter here. Might actually help you with the jam. I'll take a look at it. I shouldn't be doing this, but all of this is isometric 2D. What you do is not sprite stacking. Sprite stacking is essentially almost treats pixels as voxels, closer to the opposite of what you're doing. Oh, interesting. All right, we'll check. We're not doing another ad. I'm gonna snooze this ad. We're gonna check out this plugin, and then we're probably gonna find somebody to raid. Oh, this is just... Oh, I still don't understand. This kind of just looks like Factorio art. But I'm probably still not understanding. This is cool, whatever this is, whatever's going on here. I don't understand what the inputs for this is. So you make different 2D layers. And then it like offsets it on the y-axis a little bit or something. Sprite stacking is actually drawing stuff in layers that are cross sections of your object, so it forms a 3D object from it and you can rotate it. Cool. Like you're like making a CAT scan, which is interesting. This seems cool. I don't think this would help me in this jam, but this would be super cool. Because we're just going to have 2D sprites of the cars and stuff and the buildings. We're not going to do any fake 3D stuff. We'll just have simple sprites that are Y sorted. That's cool. Yeah, so you're like drawing a CAT scan. That's pretty sick, actually. And then it renders it in like an isometric perspective. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. There's definitely, I could think of some things where I would really want to use this. Like, what would be really cool is if I could draw something out like this, and then that would build, like, my compartments. Like, I could diagram my compartments with, like, a blueprint, and it could build them in a way that could be rendered really clearly. That's not exactly this, but, like, I could see how I could get here. This is sick. I'll bookmark this for later. But yeah, I think we got to wrap up for now. This is already, like, an hour longer than I thought I was going to stream tonight. But I feel good. I feel happy about our plan. I feel good about our little traffic simulator game idea. Let's figure out who we can raid. I don't know if anyone's left. Oh, who am I kidding? Slosky. Slosky will probably be live the whole rest of the jam. Oh, JD's streaming too. Otter's streaming. Slosky does use Unity. Slosky's AFK. Let's see what JD's up to. JD is vibe coding. Which is not my favorite. But for how long can I actually avoid that on the internet? You're going to keep working tonight? If so, what's next? I think I will keep working a bit. I'll probably take a break, hang out. I'm probably just going to draw out some... I'm not going to worry about programming. We'll do that tomorrow when we're fresh and like can think about things like programming. I'll probably create a basic working set of art. Like a shitty... basic set of art assets or something. That's probably what I'll do tonight before bed. I'm going to try not to go too hard tonight because I know for a fact that I will not sleep tomorrow night. Fusionist, you're trying to force your idea into an elegant one. You got 2 gimmicks you want to implement. One of those 2 is just padding. that is how you get in trouble. Yeah. Z.A. Shaw? Is Z.A. Shaw doing Ludum Dare? The reason I would favor Slosky is because they're doing Ludum Dare. Actually, why am I not just searching for Ludum Dare tags? Let's see. Maybe we'll find someone new. I'm having to fight these ads off. Okay, it's me, Slosky, Moendor, or Azure Empress. Moendor. They have their icon is Bender, which is pretty good. Pretty hard to beat that. Oh, they're French, so I could not speak with them. That's a lot of French. Let's go hang out with Slosky. I think they're AFK at the moment. They're AFK for the next 8 minutes. I'm just gonna raid into Slosky. He is not, just in case no one is doing NLDs. Well, what's Azure Empress? We should probably stream into someone smaller, right? That's like the nice thing to do, right? This is a VTuber, which is okay. What do they make their games in? Oh, they make their games in Godot. All right, this is who we're rating. They've only got 2 people watching. We're gonna go raid a Godot developer who is working on Ludum Dare stuff. That'll be fun. That'll be fun. I like to encourage Godot and I am often a streamer who's only streaming for to a handful of people, so I get it. Thanks again to Hypnotic and Big Boy Games Official for the raids. Appreciate everyone hanging out in the chat, giving me all your juicy ideas, your sweet ideas, your idea juice that I can just drink and not have to think of anything myself. We'll be back tomorrow, probably earlier than we started today. And we'll stream Saturday, we'll stream Sunday, we'll take a break Monday while everyone else is still finishing the jam. We can just rest on our compo. Yeah, this will be fun. I feel good about this. I've been nervous and tired all week, and maybe it's just the adrenaline, but I feel all right about this idea. I think we can do something good here. Think about alternative names, and for me, more ideas for me. And yeah, good luck to everyone else. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend, and I will see you all next time. Bye. Ship them if you got them.